Cheers and salutations, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Joe Breida. I am the owner and proprietor of the Old Humble Distilling Company, and there it is, in between my fingers right there. And this right here, you are tuning in right now to what will become the 99th, 99.2, 99.2nd, 99th episode of the Old Humble Distilling Company Quarantine Happy Hour. It is the last live episode that I am doing. Last week was technically the last. Well, actually, last week was the last show that I did. This is the last show sequentially, and next week we will be re-airing the 100th episode. It all makes sense, trust me. The 99th episode was scheduled for 2 weeks ago. There's Tuna. Hey, brother. We're going to get started. The official show starts in about 20 minutes, 19 minutes, as a matter of fact. Tuna, you crack me up, man. You absolutely crack me up. Yep. Glory of the Tuna Empire. So the 99th episode was scheduled the week before the 100th episode, as 99 tends to come 1 week before 100 when you're doing weekly shows. But what happened is I had to be on the road to go attend a family function, and that's where we were. So a friend of mine, Jeff, takes over the show. He does the sideshow hijacked episode 99, and then I come back for episode 100. We already had a whole panel of guests scheduled. We had Slade Ham, and we had the guys from Keeping It Neat. We had the guys from 21090. We had Raptor Gaming. We had Micah. We had from Micah's Mix. We had Jeff with a G. I had Tanya, my science advisor. We had a full bank, as well as a musical guest closing out the show, Ryan Adam Wells. My idiot dog is barking in the other room. I'm not sure if you can hear him. I certainly can hear him. But that was a great show, and I couldn't reschedule that show. But I could reschedule the 99th episode, and this episode, I'm telling you, is going to be a nutso banger episode. I've got Kriss Broken as musical guest closing out the show. He will actually be on early in the show to chat with me a little bit. I've got, of course, my co-host Lisa Linney will be joining us tonight. We're giving away a bottle of whiskey. Dude, check this out. I finished the bling bottle. Dun, dun, dun. Dude, look at that. It's all iridescent and shit. It looks gorgeous. We're giving away that bottle of whiskey. And like I said, it's the last live show that we're doing. I'm going on, not to bigger and better things. Well, yeah, bigger and better things. I'm going off to be, I've got a distillery to run. I never set out to be a YouTube personality. I just wanted to do a channel to keep me busy. Yes, everybody who puts the, I'll get to that in a second. No limits, calm down. No limits is over here interrupting my pre-show monologue. Calm down, man. But I'll put down the two names that we got right now. Tuna, Emperor, and No Limits TV. There, I got y'all both on the wheel. Now, I never set out to become we'll do war games. That may be later tonight or in the morning. Calm down. I never set out to be a YouTube sensation. I wanted to use my channel to promote the distillery. And hey, Saucy Shane, Bourbon Bounty, cheers, guy. Yeah, it's a little pre-show monologue. The actual show is going to start in about 15, maybe 5 minutes. Get you in there. Bourbon Bounty, NT1. Damn it. And Saucy Shane. There we go. We got names. Oops, wrong button. I'm all over the wrong buttons right now. This is awesome. But yeah, I wanted to use the channel to promote the brand during quarantine. We continue to do that. We've grown the channel from like 25 subscribers to 400, and I don't know where we're at right now, 450, give or take, somewhere in that neighborhood. 430, 440, somewhere in that neighborhood. I'm not exactly sure what it is. We will start doing live music on a regular basis from this channel, either from our distillery, my distillery, I keep saying our, the royal we, or from locations around town where we go and visit bands and set up a camera. Maybe we record it and do it semi-live and bring it back and do a video, something like that. We're going to do stuff. We're going to keep doing stuff. But I'm really excited about getting the chance to go back to focusing on the distillery, running the distillery, and doing all this stuff. 440. Okay. Well, hey, Bourbon Bounty, your name is on the Wheel of Fate, and all you have to do to confirm the victory, if your name comes up, we spin it. If you're not present, 9:30, around 9:30 is when I'm going to actually do the spin. If you're not present, as long as you're a subscriber, you win. And I'll go back. Well, I can check if it's a public subscriber. If you're not a public subscriber to the channel, you got to be here when your name comes. Because if I can't confirm that you're a subscriber to the channel, then you're not going to win. I will move on to the next person. That's just, it's fair. Subscribers. And, I don't charge you anything to be a subscriber. So, be a fucking subscriber, you ding dongs. Not you specifically. You're not a ding dong, but if you're watching the show and you're not a subscriber, be a damn subscriber. It's free, for God's sakes. But anyway, check this out. I went and scouted out the aquarium. I've always said if we get 1,000 subscribers, I'm going to fight a kangaroo. I went to the aquarium down the street, and I don't know if you can see this on screen. We have these are the douchey little fuckers at the aquarium. See, here's the problem though. They're young. They're not full-grown kangaroos. So I don't know if they're going to let them fight. But we'll see. We'll see. I mean, I'm down for it. If they're down for it, I'm down for it. Knock that fedora right off their head. That's what we're going to do. Just get in there and go. Bap, bap, bap. Okay, so we are now about 12 minutes away. I've got the rundown for the. I forgot to tell you the biggest, most exciting thing coming for this particular show, other than the fact that y'all aren't going to have to see my face on the screen anymore, because we have one more show that we taped last week that's coming next week, the 100th show, the final show, the second chance to watch it. I've taken it private. It's going to go premiere a second time, the second premiere, the re-release next Thursday, same time, same place, next Thursday. So you'll be able to see. Hey, McTubus goes on the wheel. M-I-C-T-U. Oops, M-I-C-T-U-B-I-S. I'm very likely going to miss some commenters. But I will do my best to make sure I get them all in here. And again, this is the bottle. I teased it with the what is that? The mark on the. Check it out. That's the final blinged out iridescent ribbon. I did not put the ribbon on the back because I didn't think this is dope as hell. This is fly as hell. I like this bottle. It looks good. And wait, let me make sure my name is in the comment. I want that bottle. Woo! Yep, I'm in the running. Yep. Booyah. Oh, what happened? I think I have an error on the Twitches. Oh, well. Okay, so what was I saying? Oh, we've been chasing. Lisa doesn't know anything about this. Lisa, my co-host. We've been chasing Aubrey Plaza for a year. Kind of semi-serious, off and on, chasing Aubrey Plaza. Aubrey Plaza, come on the show. I love Aubrey. Over here. We did the same thing. Hang on. Come on, give me my chair. We did the same thing with my boy, Kevin Bacon. Came close to Kevin Bacon. We got the director of his nonprofit to come on the show. Back right about a year ago. I'm going to put that right there. So KB can be right over my right shoulder, like the good angel. But right around the same time I was chasing Aubrey Plaza. We missed on Aubrey Plaza last year. I've been kind of semi-serious chasing her down. Long story short, we have a very special guest in the second half of the show. Still up in the air. Not going to jinx it, but stay tuned and see what happens. Because it's going to be... I'm excited. I'm very excited for the second half of this show. Let's put it that way. We are 10 minutes away from starting the show. I am here to answer any questions. We've done 99. We've done 100. This is the 100. This is technically what we've done 99. Next week will be the final show, the 100th show. We've done all of these shows. I've been barefooted, jeans, 99 shows with this plaid, 99 shows with my traveling hats. I've upgraded my microphone since the beginning. 99 shows with the sunglasses because the lights are too bright. 99 shows. One more show, episode 100, rebroadcast from last week to next week. It's the end of an era. This is the last live one that I'm going to do. This is exciting as hell, and it promises it is shaping up in the early pre-show prep that I did, the work that I've done over the last week. This show is shaping up to be absolute madness. We're going to Colorado next week to go up to Pikes Peak. We are going to I'm going to be bottling up some more whiskey over the next 3 weeks after that. I'm going to be traveling when I get back home. I'm going to be traveling the state, doing more promo appearances and tastings. And then by the end of the month, we're going to be installing new equipment at the distillery, and our internet's going to get plugged into the distillery. I mean, everything's shaping up finally. We as a distillery are finally emerging from the quarantine. We as a country are emerging from the quarantine, and it's time to put an end to the quarantine happy hour. And now it's time for me to look forward to. OG San is here. What up, brother? It's time for me to look forward to the Old Humble happy hour and whatever iteration that's going to look like. And it's likely going to be epic, I believe, is the term that the kids use these days. It is likely to be epic. I'm looking forward to it. It's going to be. I mean, I don't know what the full scale and scope of the show is going to look like. It's still kind of in development, but I mean, I never really set out to be a YouTube live TV producer anyway. So, I want to make whiskey. I want to have people together. I want to tell stories. I want to get stories, and I really do think whiskey tastes better when you have good stories. We endeavor to be the official of campfires. Campfires, good stories, and better friends. And that's what we endeavor to do. That's what we started to do. And I appreciate you guys starting with joining us for the quarantine happy hour, which literally started out as a show around a campfire in the backyard. We're stuck. It was March 2020. We were in the backyard around our fire pit. And then when it started getting hot, we brought it inside because it was hot. And then my lovely wife said, "I'm tired of doing this." She's like, "Leave me out of it." I'm like, "Okay." So I took it here to the Old Humble recording studio, and kept doing. God, we did two shows a week until December, and then I finally shut down the 2 shows a week and brought it to just 1 show a week, starting in January. So it's been a run. It's been a hell of a good time, and it's been fun. You've been drinking whiskey through a straw. That's making me laugh. There was a time when I kicked around the idea of using the marketing line that Old Humble is there's no glass required, just bring a straw, because it was easy drinking whiskey and you could literally drink it right out of the bottle without. But of course, drink responsibly and all that. I don't want to tell people to drink our whiskey out of the bottle unless you're sitting around a campfire with a bunch of friends and you just pass the damn bottle around. That's great. But it would be. I'm looking forward to the day when the flask that people pull out of their bag after a hike is the flask that has the Old Humble logo on it, and it's filled with the best damn whiskey, made by good people for good people. So there you go, brothers, sisters, children of all ages. We are 5 minutes away from starting the show, and I am going to, as Joe Brita, the owner and operator of the Old Humble Distilling Company, sign off, say thank you, and then we will add Emmett to the wheel of names. Hold on, I think I spelled that right. Emmett, P-E, 2 M's, 2 T's. Yep, there it is. I will sign off. Actually, I don't think I've ever done an episode. I don't think I've ever come on a quarantine happy hour as myself. I've always come on a quarantine happy hour as the Old Humble guy. So I will be signing off now as myself and bringing onto the stage the Old Humble guy. So thank you so much from the bottom of my heart, truly and seriously. Thank you for joining me for 99 episodes now, 100 episodes of the Old Humble Quarantine Happy Hour. There will be one more next week, the 100th episode. But thank you so much for coming on this journey with us, and please do enjoy the 99th episode of the Quarantine Happy Hour. Stay tuned. Oh. Ladies and gentlemen, brothers and sisters, children of all ages, welcome to the 99th running of the Old Humble Quarantine Happy Hour. Cheers and salutations to you all. Thank you for joining me for this momentous of momentous occasions. Let's have a drink, shall we, brothers and sisters, children of all ages? Grab your drinks, reach out that right hand to your brother, pat him on the back, give him a fist bump, whatever the hell you do. Reach out that left hand, grab your drink, hold it up, and say cheers. We are going to have one hell of a show tonight. And if you need some ideas for some cocktails, I've got some ideas for some cocktails right here. Let's go visit with my good friend, the talented, smart as hell, lovely and wonderful Love Sydney Marie, to give us two ideas for fantastic cocktails right here off the top of the show. Cheers and enjoy. Hang on, let me hit the right buttons. Not a professional producer. Ladies and gentlemen, brothers and sisters, that was Love Sydney Marie, a notable and noted cosplayer. You can find her on Twitch. She does a cooking show on. She has a cooking channel over on Twitch, and I think she has her cooking channel over here on the YouTubes as well. There will be a link in the description of the show if there isn't one already. I'll make sure of that. She was actually a guest on our show way back a long time ago. I can't remember which episode it was, but I will probably be able to find a link to that show as well and drop it in the comments somewhere along. In fact, I'm pretty sure it was this year. I'm pretty sure it was in March. I think. I feel good about that. I think it was March. I feel good about that. But hey, we have our super talented and amazing co-host coming up right now. There she is. Hey, can you believe we've done 99 plus 1 episodes of this show?
Right.
Last live episode, last live show. We have a musical guest, Kriss Broken. He's coming on the show. He's actually in the green room right now, coming to join us in just a few minutes. How the hell have you been?
I have been okay. I've been really busy. So
okay, so it's been 3 weeks.
I know.
What movie have you seen?
Was Moonstruck the last movie I saw? Because I know we already talked about that.
All right. Well, we're not gonna struggle with this for very long. Infamously bad at watching movies. Man, just bad at watching movies. But I guess that's fine. You spend your time doing other nonsense. That's fine.
Yeah, I write a lot, which is what I've been doing all month.
Well, there you go. We have a super duper special guest coming later in the show, and you are going to be gobsmacked when she arrives. Mark my words. You will be gobsmacked.
I'm so excited.
Mark them. Oh, I didn't turn on my lights. The whole reason. There, now I'm pretty. Look at there. I forgot to turn on my lights. Now I'm pretty. Now remember, anybody, did you see this? Look at that. Anybody who comments in chat gets a chance to win this gorgeous little beauty. We will spin the Wheel of Fate. We currently have, let me see how many names we have on the Wheel of Fate. Let's look real quick at the Wheel of Fate and see how many names. We've got all those. So we've got names.
Wow.
We've got names. So keep it up, people. And we will get you in. Hey, how about we introduce our musical guest and chat with Kriss for a minute? That sound good?
You started this show with me.
I did. I started it about 20 minutes early, but I started kind of a pre-show 20 minutes early. It was kind of just like, it wasn't me, the old humble guy. It was that other guy who owns the company. You know, Joe. That turd. He wanted to get in on the show for a minute, so we let him. But then, you know, changed my hat, and now I'm a different person. That's how it works.
Right. Yeah. This is sort of like Superman and Clark Kent.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. And you know, anytime they want to, you know, he takes off his glasses and puts them down on the table, and Lois Lane's like, "Hey, look, we got a new table," because she's really, really bad at disguises. Let's bring up our musical guest, because Kriss, he's a super duper interesting guy, and he has a real job. So I want to make sure I want to make sure he gets in and gets his chance to get his beauty sleep. Kriss Broken.
Hello, everyone.
Hey.
Cheers.
Kriss, who cheers, brother. Met Kriss, God, what was it, like 3-4 years ago? Met you out on the met you at Darwin's on the sideshow. You were doing a Trash Fire sideshow bit, right?
Yeah, or it may have been Kiki Maroon's Curly Burly Q possibly use.
Could have been the
May
Burley
see
Q
me.
line.
Yeah, but mostly it's from
One of those two.
Darwin's with our Trash Fire show. Yeah, that was it seems like ages ago. It really does.
I think it was.
Kriss is a super talented. Well, you tell people what you are. I mean, well, I'll brag in a second. You're not going to brag enough. He is a super talented musician, sideshow performer, and I was gonna make up another really funny thing like hammer tosser, but I forgot what the third one was going to be because I'm not as nimble on my feet today like I normally am because I am super duper tired. But I have seen you. My camera just froze there for a second. I have seen you connect a spear to a chain and shoot it out of your nose. Is that right?
You're
Crossbow.
close. You're very close. I use a spear gun with a sword attached to it and swallow the sword and fire the sword out of my body. That's one of the weird things I do. I guess if I was to describe what I do a circus sideshow and live music act. I perform as Kriss Broken, and I do live music while performing dangerous stunts.
Yeah, and just to be clear, when he says he swallows the sword and shoots it out of his body, he means he shoots it back out of his mouth. He doesn't fire it out of his body.
Oh, that'd be a hell of a trick.
Would be an awesome
I gotta
trick.
learn that. There's gotta be a way.
I'm pretty sure it's not a straight path out from the mouth to the butthole. It winds around a couple of times in there, and I think that might be dangerous.
Yeah, I don't think I work the kinks out or have some intestine removed to have it kind of straightened out. There are ways to make this work, I assume. But I just wouldn't advise, and I just don't have the money for it. But that is my night job.
It might require two swords.
They might. I have a couple of them. It's interesting you said you're tired. I've been fighting insomnia for the last week. And I'm not sure why. It seems to be going around. I'm not sure if insomnia is contagious at all, but it seems that way almost.
Yeah, I mean, I remember. Yeah, for me, it was always March, April when I would run into the insomnia bug, and it would just devastate me because I'd be up for like 3 weeks. And I'd start smelling colors and shit like that. And it was not fun.
I think just reading. I fill out paperwork for my job, and I'm writing. I'm like, I don't know how to spell anymore. Does this look? Excuse me, ma'am. Does this look right to you? Is this the right name I'm going by? Okay, all right. Today's date is the. Of course it is. All right. Thank you very much.
There you go.
Yeah.
There you go. How's it been since the easing up of quarantine? Have you gotten stage shows with? Are you back on stage with the music and sideshow stuff, or are you still like trying to piece together times and performances?
I'm doing a lot of open mic shows at various places, mostly Darwin's Pub on Thursday nights. Going there and just kind of I with this new show because I'm doing as a solo show, this live music and sideshow, and they let me get away with a lot there at Darwin's. Therefore, I get a lot of practice and see what works, see what doesn't, and that's become a lot of fun. It's so relieving to go back on stage and be in front of people and just blow their minds. Like, oh yeah, people used to like me. I haven't felt that in a long time. Okay, because I've never stopped working during COVID. I just kept building and working on things, and I'm glad it's finally paying off.
Right. You had one of those critical frontline jobs.
Yes. I would say first responder. We're called last responders.
You are a last. They don't know what you do. Lisa has no idea what you do. Nobody in chat knows what you do. Would you like to tell people what you do?
I will tell. I can't go into deep stories, of course, but I'll be fine with telling. I work for Texas's busiest funeral home as a driver and removal person. I don't want to say technician. Technician sounds way too official. Basically, I go to hospitals, your nursing homes, rigor homes, on the street, crime scenes sometimes, and I go out and I pick up people who have been deceased. And I drive them to where they need to be, to morgues and medical examiners, or back to crematory, or back to our facility.
He is the last responder. That is correct.
Yeah,
I
bet you were busy during COVID.
I was. From my perspective, I will say COVID in Texas has definitely slowed down. I could definitely see the first wave happen, and it was extremely hectic. We've had to expand. a lot just to keep up with COVID itself. And so the things are starting to slow back down again. We can kind of breathe now. So yes, we never stopped. And I actually, I was kind of my position was basically to work with the prisoners who had passed, and COVID spread rapidly through the prison system. And not many people talked about that, but that was a very huge problem. And since I was in that first wave, I actually earned the nickname, the COVID King, among my coworkers, which is not a name you want to have. Go ahead.
Y'all talk amongst yourself. I'm going to go get my dog and bring him into my recording studio because the fireworks show at the local event center is going off right now. So
you'll take care of him.
Talk amongst yourself. Don't mind me.
Yeah. Yes. Things have slowed down. I've learned something very interesting in the last month. My mom decided to throw some information at me that when I was born, I was a preemie and I had underdeveloped lungs, and kind of found out I actually had tuberculosis as a kid.
Oh my gosh.
And I just found this out, and I've been working with COVID bodies this entire time, wearing a mask and gloves and being careful, which I'm so super glad I did, because that could have been really horrible for me.
Wow.
So, wear a mask. It does work. I will attest to that. It does work to wear a mask.
Well, I hope you're investing all this money you're getting from Big Pharma and Big Virus very well, because we all know it was a hoax, and you're just getting paid because you're a shill to convince us that it's a real thing.
Yeah, I mean, George Soros, me and him talk all the time. He's got direct link to my PayPal. I'll send you all a link up there. You can help out with that. Yes, we work hand in hand with that.
You're cashing out of AMC and all the other stuff, right? You help push that up. You're part of that virus.
Oh, AMC, GameStop, and.
Yeah, and Bill Gates with his microchips. I mean, thank God for them. That way we all know where we are, and
yeah, exactly.
These are times I wish.
Without Bill Gates, how would they track us?
I know. How would they do that? But I actually, I want to say a funny little side note here. I actually got a magnetic implant years ago. It's dead now. You can kind of see it, a little bump on this finger on the side. So it's a magnet, and now everyone's saying, "Oh, the vaccine's making me magnetic," and people are putting spoons in their bodies. And I really wanted this to work, so I can start picking up paper clips. Like, oh my god, I got Johnson & Johnson. What did you get? I need to get this replaced just so I can make that work.
Kriss, it was fun chatting with you. Thank you for coming in. Thank you for performing as our musical guest at the end of the show. Any preview as to what we're gonna hear, what we're gonna see? Or should we just be excited and surprised?
These are more your raw, stripped down, insomnia-driven songs. Nothing super fancy. They're just me on my porch, and I kind of explain where it comes from and what it kind of means to me, and it goes right into what I do. It's kind of a raw recording. It's done by myself here, and I learned I really don't like doing the technician and the artist side of things, but I like doing one or the other. But I've made this work, and boy, it was miserably warm outside when I did all this stuff. But it was a lot of fun trying to run through these and kind of learn a little bit about myself. And I will definitely do this again with a much better production if I had more time. But this is fine. What I did was fine.
Well, I'm looking forward to having you on the stage when we finally get ours built and having you out at the shop for a couple of drinks. Mm-hmm. When we do finally turn on the lights and open up the curtain. So,
okay, I'd be happy to be there.
Absolutely, I'm not going to promise better production quality.
I'll make it work. I've gone to a show where, like, oh, we don't have a microphone or a PA system. Like, okay, I have an electric guitar. This is going to work out well.
Sing loud.
Yeah, just scream it.
No, actually, we're in a room that's small enough we could probably pull that off. The tasting room is going to be a relatively intimate environment. But you probably could just sit there and just sing and, actually have people hear you, because it's, I don't know what, it's like 25 by 15 by 25. It's a tight room. It'll be beautiful.
I've done it before. I've done it. I've just shouted a show. I've done a show where the mixer behind me just falls completely to the floor. Mic cuts off. Like, All right, I don't need this microphone. Throw it off, and I just started doing the show, and it kicked on somewhere. You're 3/4 of the way in. Oh, that's my life.
That's awesome. Lisa, did his microphone do the same thing did you hear his microphone do the same thing when he was saying that I heard? Because on my end, it sounded like the audio kind of cut out when he was talking about the microphone crashing out.
Did I do that on purpose?
Sure if it was my internet or my feed.
I think it was your internet, because I think if I did, that'd be the funniest thing ever. I gotta figure out how to do that now.
Yeah, maybe I'll edit that in post.
Okay.
Right. Like I've ever edited anything in post ever. That requires work. Dude, I really appreciate the music. Closing out our night penultimate. I can call it penultimate because I know what the word means. Penultimate episode, closing it out with music. I appreciate it. And it is just a taste of things to come with the new Old Humble Happy Hour. I'm super excited, and you are a part of that.
I'm glad to be part of it. Number 99.
Yeah,
99.
99.2 to be exact, because 99.0 was 2 weeks ago. So this, whatever, it doesn't matter. 99 is good enough. Well, I appreciate it, man. Thank you so much.
All right.
Cheers.
Thank you, guys. Folks, y'all take care of yourselves and each other.
Yes, absolutely. Thank you, man.
Thanks.
Let's see here. Which button do I need to push? That button right there. Bye-bye. Bye, Chris. I'll let him hang out as long as he wants to. Keep watching the show. Okay, so who else have I missed any? I don't think I've missed any people commenting. We've got the names. And remember, if you want a chance to win this bottle, we are spinning the wheel in just about 10 minutes. 10 minutes, 13 minutes. If you want a chance to win this bottle, look at that. It's so I'm gonna full screen this. We're getting close to grand finale of the. Ooh, look at that! Look at that! All iridescent, and all that shit.
Yes, very shiny
Gorgeous.
and fancy.
Gorgeous. That's the right word, right? Iridescent ribbon.
Yes, iridescent is correct.
Yeah.
Are we not on Facebook tonight?
We're not on Facebook tonight. I deleted my Facebook app because it is a trash pit. I mean, Trump was about to get indicted. Bill Cosby was released. Voting rights were like curtailed by the Supreme Court. And I was just like, you know what? I don't want to listen to fucking Facebook right now. So I dumped Facebook. I'll come back to whatever. I just didn't want to hear this shit. Didn't want to hear it. So I'm not going to hear it. So there you go. No. Plus, I'm going on vacation next week. So, I didn't have to actually get Facebook updates. I'll send my pictures that we take and she'll post them. Okay. I forgot what I was going to do this next 20 minutes. 10 minutes. Let's take a look at the wheel, shall we?
Okay. Who do we have on there so far?
I think it's this one I need to push.
I see Lone Star.
We have. Can you read them? Can you see them?
Can I read them?
Yeah, can you see them? Can you read them?
Yeah, I see Lone Star and Neighbor Girl and I'm keeping it, Joe.
Uh-huh. Of course, I'm keeping it. I put my name on the damn list. It's a beautiful bottle.
Did you put my name on the list?
Put your name on there too, Lisa? You want to put you have to say something in the comments. Have you commented? No, you're not even watching the show. I mean, I'll put the name there, but you've got to put something in the comments. If I don't see your name show up in the comments, I'm not putting you on the list. So there, I'll take you right back off.
Well, look, Lone Star said hi to me. He said, "See, it says hello, legalizer." That's me.
That doesn't count. You've got to put your name in. You've got to make a comment. That's the rules of the game. You make something. You say something in comments, and then you get your name added to the wheel. That's the rule.
I have to go out to YouTube and pull up our show and create a bunch of feedback.
Yes. And subscribe to the channel. Because if you're not subscribed to the channel, I'm not going to let you take them.
Yeah, no. So
I don't want to subscribe to this shitty channel. You make stupid shows, and you're a dumb idiot.
I don't even have a YouTube account.
I can't even get my own co-host to subscribe to my channel. Oh,
you know what? You delete Facebook. I don't subscribe to YouTube.
Yeah, but YouTube feeds your soul.
Thanks,
check it out. I'm so excited. Check this out.
Okay.
I went, me and my lovely wife went to the aquarium down the street this weekend. This week. And check this out. That is my opponent's. I'm going to kick one of those kangaroos.
You are not going to fight a kangaroo.
If they will, I mean, if they'll let me. I asked them, you know, where the boxing rink was, and they said that they're too young to fight. And I'm like, how long do I have to wait?
Hey, did you put Nate on the wheel?
Lazy Nate is on the wheel.
Okay.
Lazy Nate. If y'all insist on me Lisa's name on the wheel, I will keep Lisa's name on the wheel. But Lone Star has said your name is in chat. He said it right there. Lisa Linney, see, name chat. I say that's a violation.
He's my favorite now.
He took home the other bling bottle. He took home the straight whiskey bling bottle.
Oh.
True story. And I am watching the green room fill up. No, I'm not. Yes, I do. I have one. Ooh, this is exciting.
Yeah.
This is super exciting.
Moose Gal's here. Put Moose Gal's name on the wheel.
Okay, so Lisa.
Yes.
Is Moose Gal's here? Yay, Moose Gal. I'm going to put her name on the wheel.
Somebody new.
Yep, that is a
You
new
should
name.
put Lori's name on the wheel.
Who?
Lori Carter. New guest. No Limits TV speaker.
Lori Carter. Did I spell that right, Carter? You don't know if I spelled that right. Let me look. 2 R's. Yay. All right, cool. Thanks, No Limits, for sending I'm trying to find my cursor on my screen here while I'm thinking.
Oh, dear.
I always have problems finding the cursor and thinking. Okay, so names on the screen. Let me look. Here we go. Where is... There it is. I wish I could just reach out and poke the screen and do it that way. So I've got Lori, and I've got Moose Gal, and I've got
Tuna Emperor.
Lazy Nate, and I've got
No
Tuna, No Limits, Bourbon Bounty, Saucy Shane, Makubus, Oji-san, Emmett Petrie. Is it Petrie or Petrie? You can correct me in chat. Lone Star Beer Reviews, Neighbor Girl, Lisa, Moose Gal,
Lori.
and Lori. There we go. That is I'm excited. I'm excited. Are we ready? It's 9:23. Should we go ahead and do the spin?
No, you said that we were going to do it at 9:30.
We can do it at 9:30. I can
We should
wait
do it at
7 minutes.
9:30.
I can absolutely wait 7 minutes.
Because No Limits TV might send somebody else to us, and I would hate for them to miss being on the wheel.
I'm gonna wait for 7 minutes by just staring at the TV, staring at the screen.
You make the rules. You have to follow them.
I do not have to follow the rules.
Yes, you do.
I can change rules.
Your legal advisor.
That's the cool thing about rules. People who make the rules can change the rules. That's what apparently like that's the thing that's a thing that always just pissed me off about fucking Congress. They're like, well, the law is like, you idiot, you make the law. Like, change the goddamn law. If the law is dumb, change the law. You're Congress. Who the hell is going to change the law if it's not Congress? Congress makes the fucking law. But that's that Peter's dangerously close into something that almost resembles a rant, and I'm not going to mess with that shit.
Joe, please add Julie Gilpin to the Wheel of Fame. She joined after you wanted to spin the wheel, but before 9:30.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, no, I'm kidding.
So, I'm just saying.
Love you, Jules. Thanks for joining us. Moose Gal's there. We got Jules. We've got Moose Gal. We've got Lazy Nate. And if Lone Star says that when you have to give him your bottle. That is a good. That's good. She needs to be a subscriber to the channel. I mean, absolutely. Who do we got there? Rhapsody, aka Rose. That name.
Thanks, no limits.
We are going to. This is a full wheel. This is exciting.
I know.
Excited. Are you excited?
I know.
I'm excited.
This is a big show.
Potentially. You know, we had 137 viewers on last week's final episode, the last episode, which I can still say because it was the last episode. It was the episode we did last. It is also going to be our last episode. I'm going to do it next week. It is both our last episode and our next episode. How about that, huh?
Yeah.
All right. I'll get my actually it is Panda I am adding to the wheel. Trust me. Panda is commenting in private chat. You can see it.
She's in the green room.
Yeah. She is in the green room. And I have more comments I have to read. Who have the comments? Jules, Boo Scout. Okay, they're just chatting on themselves. That's fine. That's fine. Yeah, they don't need to include me in the chat. I'll just sit here, mind my business. So I a movie that I watched recently. It doesn't very often. Where it's a notable movie that I remember and I give a crap about. But this one, and you know, it's not any big deal. It's just a rewatch of Rogue One. It is by far my favorite all-time Star Wars story movie. And I think it's outside the original the 9 canon trilogies, the 3 canon trilogies, the 9 story movies. Outside of those, it's my favorite Star Wars movie. So there you go. That was a movie I watched this week. My oldest son is off at camp, and I am just filling time for the next 2 minutes, so that we can spin the wheel.
Right. Because I told you wanted to do it at 9:30, so we're doing it at 9:30.
You're making me wait. We're gonna wait, and you're gonna bitch and cry because we're running. Be all like, we're running late.
You know, I just can't. Who is Scorpion Fish?
Scorpion Fish, huh?
Yeah.
We have a new. I don't know.
I don't know. Tuna just said hi to Scorpion Fish. Tuna.
I didn't see Scorpion Fish in chat.
I don't either.
Did I miss him? No, I did not.
I don't think so.
Okay, I'm good. Okay, are we ready for a drum roll? Is it? I see 9:29 on my phone.
It is 9:29. It is not 9:30.
Oh, Jules is Scorpion Fish. Got you.
I
see 9:29. Let's see if I can find a drum roll sound on my phone. I bet I can if I tried really hard. Hell, I probably could if I didn't try hard. Drum roll.
Saucy Shane gave us an emoji.
Here we go. Is this the one? Nope, that's not a drum roll. That's shitty. That's a commercial. That's awesome. Okay, great. This is top-notch production content right here, baby. I am a Webby producer. We have a drum roll. Are you ready to spin the wheel?
We are ready. It is 9:30.
Are you? We're going to bring the wheel front and center. Shut up, phone. We're going to bring the wheel front and center, and no cheating on my part. We'll bring the wheel front and center. There is one tab on there for taking a drink. If your name is not on there and you want to be, you need to say something now.
Because it's 9:30.
I do need to add one more name, and I will make him on there.
Okay, did you
dog
put
over
Lazy
here.
Nate on there? Scroll up.
Lazy Nate is on there. He's on
Okay,
here.
we'll
Everybody's
scroll
on
up
here.
and show everybody.
I think Lazy Nate's on here. Yeah. Is Lazy
I
Nate
don't
on
see
here?
Lazy Nate.
No Limits, Saucy Shane, Emmett, and then yeah, Lazy Nate is right here.
Where?
Right there, at the bottom.
Yeah. Okay, that's better.
Okay, so I'm keeping it. You have to take a shot. Tuna, No Limits, Bourbon Bounty, Saucy Shane, McTubus, Oji-san, Emmett, Lone Star, Neighbor Girl, Lisa, Lenny, Moose Gal, who doesn't even watch the show, I'll add, Moose Gal, Lori, Julie, Rhapsody, also known as Rose, Panda Atlas, and Lazy Nate TV. And what are we spinning for? We are spinning for glory, fame, fortune? No. We're spinning for, let's do this screen right here. We're spinning for this one. Bam. 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 Kablowie. Booyah. That's it. We're spinning for this, baby. Who wants it? I do. Let's go. Full screen on the wheel and spin it with the drum roll. Don't you do it. Okay, there it is. Drum roll, please. Are you shitting me?
Good thing you put Lazy Nate on
Nate,
the wheel.
You got the full set, Nate. Congratulations, Nate. You got the whole set. Holy crap, are you kidding me? Lazy Nate gets his companion bottle. Dude, I couldn't have planned that better. That's cool. Lazy Nate gets the companion bottle to the I bet he's like crapping his pants right now.
To the
proverbially speaking.
One.
Yeah, he gets the companion bottle to the bottle he brought home a few weeks ago. Good for him. That's exciting. All right, cool. There he is. Yep. He's excited. There he goes. Nate is excited. Yes, there it is. Very cool. Very cool. That is the bottle. Now, you ready for our special guest?
I'm so ready for our special guest.
Are you ready for this? Okay, so check this out. Nate, congratulations. Hang out for a little bit. Well, actually, Nate, hang around, Nate. We'll bring you up on the show before we close out, so you can show your excitement. I'm going to close that window. Okay, just us. All right, so this is my boy Kevin Bacon here over my right shoulder. Last year, I was chasing Kevin Bacon, trying to get him to come on the show.
Did you get Kevin Bacon?
I did not successfully get Kevin Bacon to come on the show, but I did get his executive director of his charity, and the executive director of a charity that his charity supported. So I got two people who were 1 degree away from Kevin Bacon. I'm sorry, who were 0 degrees away from Kevin Bacon because they knew Kevin Bacon. Like Kevin Bacon is the origin. I guess they were one. I'm a two because I know those guys.
Kevin Bacon is 0.
Right.
So they are 1 degree away.
Right. And I am a 2 because I met ones.
Yes.
I met and personally interacted with one. So I am a 2, meaning everybody who's come on the show is now a 3. Congratulations. Y'all are all 3s. Around the same time, I was chasing, semi-seriously, Aubrey Plaza. And every once in a while, I reach out and I'm like, Aubrey, come on the show. Aubrey, come on the show. The last couple of weeks, I've sent out dozens of emails, direct messages, Craigslist ads, just random, like talking to people on the street. Like, are you Aubrey Plaza? They're like, no, I'm not Aubrey Plaza. I'm like, you look like Aubrey Plaza. No, I'm not Aubrey. You're like, you sure? I'm very excited to announce.
So let me just get this clear. There wasn't a restraining order that came out of this, was there?
Not a one.
Okay, because
not a single
I don't do that kind of law.
Because I would also show that off if I got one of those, because that's pretty.
Yeah, cool. I know you would bring it.
I didn't get her to come on the show, but I did get her to tell me to quit bothering her. But no, I reached out and I sent into the universe desperate messages. Please, Aubrey, come on the show. Her Twitter handle is Evil Hag at Evil Hag. Hilarious, great feed. One of my favorite people in the entire world, and I am super excited to announce that I've got in the green room probably Aubrey Plaza joining me on the show tonight. Are you ready for this? Are you excited?
Ready. I'm so ready.
Are you excited? Because I am fucking excited. We have probably Aubrey Plaza. Aubrey.
We don't have sound.
Her microphone's not muted. Is it? It's unmuted. Her microphone's muted on her
side. Technology. Hi.
Ladies and gentlemen, probably Aubrey Plaza of the Old Apple Quarantine Hobby Hour. I am so excited. Aubrey, it's awesome to see you. I'm a huge fan.
This is great.
It was cool when I saw you at that Starbucks and convinced you to come on the show. Thank you.
I'm convinced is a very strong word. Harassed would be better, but I'm happy to help.
Awesome. Aubrey, I disclaim pretty much anything that Joe does. Okay, so just
great.
Yeah. So
great. You too.
If you need help getting a restraining order, I can certainly recommend some really good lawyers for that.
How cool was it to be on Parks and Recreation with Kriss Pratt? How much fun was that?
I'm sorry?
How much fun was it being on Parks and Recreation with Kriss Pratt?
It was not that fun. His breath smells. But he's a wonderful person, and I think he's funny when he's not on TV. But he's all right. We're all right.
He's a superhero now. That's cool.
What
about when? Sure, you are. You're a super person in general. What about when you the Loughlin Motel when you were with Craig Robinson? How much fun is he to work with?
Well, he's very loud, and he makes me uncomfortable because I am not that loud. But in a loud room, it's great because I can hear him.
That's awesome. I think you made him much better as an actor because you were just amazing in the movie too. I can watch all your movies and binge them all night long.
I make a lot of people better. Yeah.
I'm a super fan. I love Aubrey Plaza. She's one of my favorite people in the entire world. One of my favorite interviews in the entire world. I've watched all your interviews on all the late night guys, and quite honestly, I thought when I saw you at Starbucks ordering the coffee, I'm like, she orders coffee just like a normal person. That's cool.
I do, and I drink it like a normal person as well.
You didn't have people going in and ordering your coffee for you.
Well, I mean, they often spell my name with a D, Audrey, and it gets irritating. So I like to confront the barista personally and let them know that it is a B.
Well,
but yes, coffee is awesome. Yeah.
Now this is actually somewhat awkward because I just popped into our green room here. Also a response to one of my many messages. I've been chasing down you, Miss Plaza, for months trying to get you to come on the show. And I just got I just had into our green room pop yet another probably Aubrey Plaza joining us, trying to unmute. Aubrey, you look.
That is not another Aubrey Plaza.
You look taller than normal, Aubrey.
Yeah,
well, like I said, I had a lot of people that I contacted to come on. I reached out in I got a lot of messages back. You look taller than the normal Aubrey Plaza.
Cameras do a lot for you. They really do a lot to get you into the role. I did a lot of work on the Shawnee, Oklahoma Parks and Rec department. Also, that was a spinoff from the original Parks and Rec. That's where you may know this Aubrey Plaza from.
I feel like you're just dropping names that I feel like that this is not. I think that you're stretching it, sir.
There's a lot of makeup, a lot of camera work, some green screen going on, a lot of things to cover up, the beard and other things.
Right. You're doing a great job.
Right.
I do know, like, every celebrity I met in person does look different than the celebrity they look on the movie screen or on the TV screen. So
and it makes it easier to go into Starbucks and order coffee, because then people like yourself don't come up to me and ask me to be on interviews. I can more easily blend in out in public.
Do you have the same problem with the baristas spelling your name with a D?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Right.
And a lot of times they leave off the. Well, but then you have to remember it.
Yeah.
There's already a lot going on. A lot of places to be. A lot of people to remember. You can't always remember the fake names you're giving out all the time.
That is kind of awkward, because I've done that several times.
Yeah. Then you forget, and then they're just yelling it.
Well, this is all right.
I feel like it's looking in a mirror right now.
I can't tell
A very hairy mirror.
I mean, there's certainly I thought there was only one Aubrey Plaza in the world, but it appears like a mirror image of the same person. I don't know who is.
It's crazy.
It's. I never in my wildest dreams thought that I would.
I know you were looking for one another.
In my wildest dreams. I know, like I didn't think Aubrey Plaza would come on my show at all, and now I've got two people who are probably Aubrey Plaza on my show right now.
You basically have found the plot to the movie, that Jet Li movie, The One, and you're just going through each universe to try to hunt down every Aubrey Plaza to get each parallel universe on your show.
I believe they just did a Rick and Morty episode about that.
Yeah.
All right, so Aubrey, both of you, I've never seen Rick and Morty. Tell me, have y'all seen Rick and Morty? Tell me about Rick and Morty. Or will you ever appear on a Rick and Morty episode? Should I watch it? Or do I have to be really high when I watch it?
You don't have to, but it makes it.
Don't everybody jump in at once.
I would say watch it sober or don't, and then just make a decision or don't. I think that's a very good way to go about things.
Fair. Now I am somewhat disappointed.
There's a pickle.
Admittedly.
There's a pickle.
I'm somewhat disappointed, admittedly, because there was I reached out a lot, and there was only like 2 of you. I got 5 of you who responded, and only 2 of you have shown up.
Wow, that's because the girl Aubrey Plaza shows the fuck up.
Yeah, the real one shows up.
Clearly.
But I do have better things to do with my time. Are we waiting on 3 other people that look and sound like me?
No, nobody looks and sounds like you. You are clearly the Aubrey Plaza of all Aubrey Plazas. And,
at least we've
clarified.
As are
you, Aubrey.
At least in her universe of Aubrey Plaza. My Aubrey Plaza universe, I am Aubrey Plaza, but
I mean, even this guy could be Aubrey Plaza according to these standards.
Mm-hmm.
But Aubrey Plaza doesn't wear a hat.
Well, Aubrey, I've never seen Aubrey Plaza wearing a hat, and it is
that's because I don't wear a hat.
I am over the moon, absolutely overjoyed. My family just got home from blowing stuff up and seeing fireworks. Aubrey,
Tell
would you
them
like to
Aubrey
meet my family?
Plaza folks hello.
Aubrey Plaza says. Aubrey Plaza says hello. They're Aubrey Plaza.
Oh, you got multiple.
I have to point to the screen and tell her which ones are Aubrey.
Figure it out.
Of course.
You say hi.
She's a smart woman.
All right, here's my youngest lefty.
And she has the patience of Job.
Have fun.
There.
Is the dog scared?
Yes, bye. I love you.
All right, bye.
Get out of here. Jeez. God. He's going to stab me in my sleep. Aubrey.
No, I don't need the
Thank
restraining.
you so much for coming on. Say what?
So I don't
Say again?
need
I'm
a
sorry.
restraining order then? I can put that
You don't
to
need a
bed.
restraining order. I will.
I do sleep with a dagger next to my bed, just in case she fails.
I mean, I don't think the restraining order would hurt
Sorry.
anything.
Yeah, it probably wouldn't be a bad idea, to be quite honest. But
I mean, I'm probably going for one, but this Aubrey Plaza is going for one.
I
would
think
love-
that's a wise decision.
Yeah,
I would absolutely love to see a personal appearance at the distillery, since I know that y'all go around buying coffee in Texas.
that'll happen.
Well, I need to show up at least for that iridescent bottle.
I will very likely make at least one more of those over the life of the distillery. You can count on it.
Well, and then, you chased me down. So what better way to reward my time than with a special reserve?
An iridescent special reserve, no less.
I think we can probably make that happen. Probably Aubrey Plaza. Thank you so much for showing up. Thanks for coming to the show. And also, Aubrey, thanks for coming on the show. Y'all both look stunning in real life. The natural light does your skin wonders.
Right. Well, okay. And thank you. This was fun.
It was surprisingly fun. I was I'm not disappointed in the least. Thank you so much, guys. I am overjoyed. This was possibly the dumbest long shot that I've tried on this show for an entire
it was
year
a
and a half.
nice into my Thursday night as well.
There is no such thing as a dumb long shot when you're doing internet hosted podcasts and things like that.
So tell me about your next project, Aubrey. What movie are you coming in next, or acting in next? Before we let you go.
Yeah, I was going to say, did you direct that to a particular one first?
Well, just just whichever one of you jumps in, go for it. Aubrey.
Well, I'd like to do one with a naked man and a pig, but my producers say that that's not a great idea, but I'm still coming up with it.
Yeah. So something with Zach Galifianakis. Yeah, gotcha. A naked man and a pig.
I had not thought of him, but he seems interesting. I might have a role he can play, but first we have to get the pig.
Yeah, I got you. Well, that would be Zach Galifianakis, right?
I see what you did there.
Boom, there you go. And Aubrey, tell me one more time about that time that you had sex with Robert De Niro in that one movie.
Which Aubrey?
You, the other one. The one who hasn't talked much. You, Aubrey.
It was rough. It took a lot of lots of green screens, lots of shortcuts, very shortcuts. The scenes didn't last long at all, and but we had to power through it for the sake of acting.
That's what Aubrey Plaza does.
For your craft.
Yes. That was the whole reason y'all did that. Y'all, I can say y'all because both of you did that movie.
Yeah.
Fun fact: he used a butt double.
That sounds hilarious.
Yeah, because the mole on his nose is also on his butt.
Interesting.
Fun fact.
That is a fun fact. I will go to my grave knowing that is a thing now. Guys, thanks for coming on the show. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Bye, probably Aubrey Plaza. It was fantastic seeing y'all. You.
Thank you for having us.
Thank you.
Let's see, which buttons do I need to push? That one and that one. See, I got Aubrey Plaza to come on the show. Probably Aubrey Plaza to come on the show.
Oh.
They said it couldn't happen. They said it couldn't happen, and I did it. Booyah.
Yeah.
So absolutely dumb. Lazy Nate, we need to bring you on the show. I'm going to drop a link in chat. Everybody can ignore it except for Lazy Nate. Kick from studio there. Kick probably Aubrey Plaza from the studio. Yes. There's the link. Nate, click the link. Come and join me. Can you believe Lazy Nate took home a second bling bottle.
I mean, that's impressive. But
It is.
I mean, the Wheel of Fate.
The Wheel of Fate determines many a moons.
It was faithful for
It
Lazy
was.
Nate. Yeah.
It was indeed. And
Yeah.
you know, I mean, anybody can click on that link. If anybody, we got 15 minutes or so before we do our musical guest. We will bring a viewer's choice. Lazy Nate.
Ignore the mess. Ignore the mess.
Okay.
You're moving?
You can't see my office, but I walk over boxes to get to my
I
door.
swap the rooms around.
Oh.
So this is the bottle.
That
this
is
the
nice.
bottle from the 98th episode that I showed. I marked it with a star. This is the bottle, all blinged out and beautified. Are you excited?
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Do you have
I
a
want to get
spot?
with you to get one that's not like that, so I can actually drink it.
Do you have a spot on your mantle set aside for the set?
Well, let me see if your bottle is on the other side of that horn. There we go. Whoop. Crap.
Nice.
I can't reach it right now because I had a little surgery that I gotta take it easy. But anyway.
I got you. I got you.
Yeah, I mean that way I can actually drink it. I got those samples from Todd and Andy back when you did all that with them. And I was ready for some more. So
Lone Star's still calling it rigged. No Limits wants to know where you can get a pig at 10 p.m. I think Craigslist is probably the place to go, or any other escort service. You can buy whatever you want at this hour. I mean, especially in a big city. It may cost you $500, and you may only get an hour for it. But you know, I don't recommend you specifically requesting a pig. I would say maybe linebacker type would be what you put in the request section. Lisa, any ideas on how to get I mean, I think it'd be kind of rude myself to specifically request an escort who's like a pig. I mean, that's not nice, right?
Joe.
She's stunned silent. I love doing this to Lisa. Speaking of women who will stab me with a knife at some point in my very near future. Lazy Nate.
Yeah, I'm so glad I'm all the way across town.
I do appreciate it.
So I know you're a subscriber to the channel. I know the bottle will be coming your way in the next 2 or 3 days. And I'll throw in a little something extra to the package for you. Shoot me an email. I think you've got my email. You sent me an email with your address on it before, if I'm not mistaken.
It might have been on Instagram.
Okay. Murder City Podcast jumped in. Cheers, guys. Another local Houston podcast, which is I subscribe to it, and I'm looking forward to new episodes coming out in the next couple of months. So that's exciting. But yeah, I'll look for that. I'll go back through my. Send me another. Make it easy on me. Send me give me your address. I'll make sure this gets out in the mail before we go on the road next week, so that you will have before the 100th episode hits. And if you want to get an additional bottle, I'll let you know how to do that too.
All right, that's there we go.
So
right.
Joe.
Yes, ma'am.
How do you know Murder City Podcast?
They I listen to podcasts on my spare time.
Okay.
Whatever do you mean?
I was just curious because one of the co-hosts is one of my favorite people.
Is it now?
Mm-hmm.
Is he now?
No.
He is. He is. One of the co-hosts is one of my favorite people too. It turns out. Go
really?
Figure. Yeah.
Which one?
Probably Aubrey Plaza. If you want to be specific, which one it is. But you know, Lazy Nate, I don't know if you knew this, but celebrities walk among us all the time, and because they don't wear makeup and they don't have cameras on them, you don't even know that they're celebrities.
I know. I'm like 2 degrees away from Kevin Bacon myself, so
yeah. I mean, I saw Tom
got a
Cruise
buddy
in
that
line
works
at
in
a
the film
Freebirds
industry.
here in town.
Yeah, I got a buddy in the film industry, and he's worked with them all on different types of sets, doing a bunch of different stuff. So,
dude,
it's pretty cool.
Tell him to come on the show.
And I was in Bull Durham in the Little League cash drop scene.
Cool.
It was cold, even though they said it was the middle of the summer. No, that was like in November when they filmed that.
One of my favorite movies. I watch that movie every year, and right before opening day, right after spring training. I do a little baseball movie marathon. Maybe we should do that, like a baseball movie marathon at the distillery one year. That'd be fun. But yeah, they walk among us. They don't have cameras. They don't have makeup. I saw Tom Cruise in line at a Freebirds here in Houston. He was standing in the back of the line behind a family of 3. He looked suspiciously like a 13-year-old boy in person. It was creepy. But I mean, there he was standing there. I'm like, that is Ted Cruz or Tom Cruise. Definitely Tom Cruise. It couldn't have been Ted Cruz because it was on dry land. So obviously. But it was Tom Cruise right there, just like in the flesh, wearing his
platform shoes,
plaid shirt, and little boy clothes. It was funny as hell. And I saw Beyonce at a breakfast place here in town. She was definitely Beyonce. She didn't have her crew with her. She didn't have her entourage or anything, which is how you know.
Oh, she didn't have the fan blowing through her hair?
No, it was just, she was like low-key incognito. It was just her. And it was like so cool. I was like, there's Beyonce. And I tried to get pictures of them. I like, have over my shoulder and take a picture of them. Yeah. It was cool. It was fun. That's my hobby, of taking pictures of some probably celebrities on the other side of the room. And that's how I met probably Aubrey Plaza. It was great. And so far, no restraining orders. I
hate you, Joe.
I like that Aubrey Plaza. That worked. That made my night.
Well, thanks. I appreciate that. We are just
on top of getting the exclusivity so far.
Joe, you don't even know what you did.
I know exactly what I did. I got probably Aubrey Plaza to come on my show. I thought I was pretty clear about that. 2 probably Aubrey Plazas to come on my show. I mean, that's hard to do. It's hard to get 1 to come on the show, much less 2. Good Lord.
It would have been awesome if their names really were Aubrey Plaza.
It would have been cool if I just like randomly gone into Facebook and been like, hey, I know you're not the Aubrey Plaza, but hey, why don't you come on my show? This is going to be funny. I was hoping to have more so that they could argue amongst themselves as to who the real Aubrey Plaza was, but
I don't know, but I know, and I'll just tell you when to do it. Yeah. She's just like her character. In real life, she's almost just like her character. That's the crazy thing.
That's what I've heard, and that's why I would love to have her on the show. That's why I got her on the show, because I've heard that she is awesome and in real life, very much like her real characters. Okay, I think it's a good time to probably wrap up the show.
All right, I appreciate it.
We have a musical guest,
and I'll email you.
I was gonna say, didn't you tell me we?
Yeah, we do. Nate, I appreciate you. Thank you for joining the madness. This is your bottle. It will be in the mail.
Well, maybe you'll become maybe you'll become like Tito's, but the Tito's of whiskey of Texas.
Maybe so.
That's what we're hoping for.
The Tito's,
and then those will be worth a lot, and then you'll pay for my kids, college, and we'll be great.
That'll be cool.
Yeah, that would be awesome. Be cool. We could finally pay off my law school loans.
Yeah.
All right, y'all. I appreciate it.
All right. Cheers, Nate. See you, man.
Thanks, Nate.
Now, I do want to show this off real quick before we go on to our musical guest. This is celebrities that I've spotted around town. Let's go to this screen. Yeah, that's a good one. This is when I ran into Jay and Silent Bob at a bar in town. I don't remember which bar it was, but there's Jay and Silent Bob. This was that was Tom Cruise there at the Freebirds. See him right there in the back of the line.
Yes.
Yeah,
Yes.
that's him. This was Paul Simon at a bar in Huffman, Texas.
Yeah, that guy is way too tall to be.
He's much older in real life. This was when I ran into Denise Richards at the same bar in Huffman. And there it is, Beyonce. Beyonce at in the blue hat at the Chicken and Waffle place in downtown Houston. Not far from where her recording studio used to be. There you go. See? I'm not making this shit up. That's actually her. And that was when I ran into Hillary Clinton at a Starbucks here in Humble. That was Katie Holmes right there at a PTA event at my kid's school. This is Emma Watson at the rodeo. Don't look too close. That was when I ran into Warren Buffett at I don't even remember what restaurant that was here in town. This was Tom Arnold at a Specs. Don't look too close. That was when Samuel L. Jackson was spotted at the Houston rodeo. He's in that crowd. Trust me. I saw him. And that was Snoop Dogg at the same rodeo. And that is Kenny fucking Chesney right there, baby. And what else do I got? This was Taylor Swift right there, the blonde in the middle of the crowd. That was my ex-girlfriend, Taylor Swift. That was Nolan Ryan at Darwin's, I think. That was Jeff Bagwell at the same place. Louis Black, probably, at some place here in town. Danica Patrick, right there behind the pole.
Right.
Danica Patrick, right there behind the pole.
Totally. I spotted her right away.
Potbelly Subs. Taya Leone at Specs in Houston, I think. Yeah, that's probably right. Jack Nicholson, right there. That was Leslie Nielsen right there. Upper right-hand corner, Leslie Nielsen at a University of Houston football Cougar game. And this was Tilton at Specs in Rosenberg. This was Anthony Mackie. He's the Falcon from the Avengers. That was him right there. Trust me. I met him, up to him. That was, and Chloe Seven, I don't know how to pronounce that name. Chloe something or another. And Seth fucking Rogen right there in the hat with his back turned.
Right.
That was Seth fucking Rogen. And that is Chloe Sevigny. Sevigny. Yeah, we'll go with that. There you go. See? I see celebrities around town all the time. I'm not just making
all
this
the
shit
time.
up.
All the time.
It's fucking awesome. Let's see here. Looking to see. Nope. Okay. Anything in chat we need to talk about real quick? Murder City Pod says he is Aubrey Plaza. He is Aubrey Plaza. She is Aubrey Plaza. Is it she or he? Which is it? He is Aubrey Plaza, or she? I guess Aubrey Plaza is a she, so he'd be a she. Okay, we'll go with that.
So confused.
A limited edition restraining order collection.
Probably.
This is so much fun, and it's the last one. I can do whatever the hell I want. I stand up on my desk and just rip off my shirt and
Please don't.
crap in a bowl and fling it at the wall. I mean, what are they going to do? Cancel me?
Yeah.
I can't do it before Chris's musical performance, though. Y'all ready for the musical performance? Are you ready for the musical performance? I'm ready for the musical performance.
So ready.
All right. He says we or she's. He confirmed. Yeah, she confirmed. Good. This is so silly. 99 of these. 99 times I've sat here in this chair with the whole thing and done this nonsense.
Yes.
That shit? Not in this chair, I guess. I've done it in other chairs too. 99 times I've done this nonsense. Are we ready for some musical guests? I'm ready for a musical guest. All right, so making his musical debut on the Old Humble Quarantine Cocktail Happy Hour with a 30-minute set, our very own, one and only, lovely and talented Kriss Broken.
Great story about me.
Here goes.
I just left work and I
Oops.
have my, my shirt and tie and
Okay.
ties off and shirt's disheveled, and I go to the bar and he looks over at me and he sees something green on my sleeve and he asks me, "Hey, Broken, what's that?" And I just kind of shake my head and say, "I don't know, man. People." I got a Lone Star. I wanted to write something that kind of gave Kriss Broken a backstory, kind of where he's from, and what he's kind of all about, and that's what one of my shoes and one of my sleeves is. But on my shoes, but on my sleeves, I see more than one should see. Spending my days, tending my chores, building coffins I can't afford. Daddy's hands cold to the touch. Mama shouldn't love that needle too much. Hopped a train, on the fly, never gave them or Lord a goodbye, singing whoa, woe is me, whoa, lay me down, whoa, say a little prayer for the devil comes around. Scars on my hands to find who I am, run from my sins out on the lamb. Booze and pills come with peace. Oh, death, I'm on my knees. Lover works, see it all the time. Following buzzards in the sky. Pistol shines in the moonlight. Lord, I ache for every night, singing whoa, woe is me, whoa, lay me down, whoa, say a little prayer for the devil comes around, hurry for the devil comes around, hurry for the devil comes around. Shoes, but on my seat, I see more than one should see. Spend my days tending my chores, building coffins I can't afford. Daddy's hands go to the touch. Mama, she love and too much. Hopped the train, caught on the fly. Never gave them a load of goodbye. Whoa, woe is me, whoa. Lay me down, whoa, say a little prayer for the devil comes around, singing whoa, woe is me, whoa, lay me down, whoa, say a little prayer The Undertaker's Walk is a song that no one really talks about, you know, the mindset of someone who works in the funeral home industry. Um, you know, your hands ache all the time from doing physical labor. It's a lot more physical than people think. And one thing that people really don't talk about is the level of addiction that happens there. There's a lot of people who have vices when they work that job for obvious reasons. Sometimes it's a dull physical pain, and sometimes it's kind of mental pain you go through. And I want to kind of put that out there and put in front and center in a song, and that was the best way to do it for me. Well, my sorrows are heavy, my friends, and the way they shovel I can hold, 'cause I spent all day in the churchyard, digging holes and playing bones like a backhoe field. And the rain felt like knives coming down, turning that red Texas dirt into mud. And I pray that the Lord is kind, and He welcomes those poor souls with open arms. Here we go. My hands ache, and my face is numb, and my eyes resent me well. But my heart is black like feathers on the road, and the faces can't drink away. And the headstones all swallowed up, and the belly the kudzu vine, and the limbs on trees they hang so sad they hang down the ground. As we bow our heads, yeah, I say my timeline. We are gathered to pay tribute to our brother, and I'll leave this train of sorrow and regrets, dancing the Undertaker's Walk. Yeah, I'm dancing the I'm so lonesome I could cry. I mean, that's what to me was where country music really got its foot for in American culture. I mean, people like Hank Williams and Johnny Cash, they were sex, drugs, and rock and roll before that was ever a thing. So, I mean, he was banned from the Grand Ole Opry for being drunk. He OD in the back of his touring car. I mean, that's punk rock, man. Hear that longs too blue to fly. The midnight train is why some I could cry. I've never seen a night so long when time comes crawling by. The moon just went behind the clouds to hide his face and cry. Have you ever heard a robin weep when leaves begin to die? That means he's lost the will to live, and I'm so lonesome I could cry. Silence of a falling star lights up a purple sky, and as I wonder where you are, I'm so lonesome I could cry. I may be broken. I may be broken, but I may be free was a song that I'd written on guitar with more of a, but I felt really drawn towards this old folk style of just, just simplicity and going back to kind of the Appalachian roots and trying to put that out there. People only see it in movies sometimes, maybe, and I wanted to give that to people and show them a little bit of that. And it kind of really spoke to me when I was doing it that way. It just came to me on just driving my car, and I've just taken that style of singing that I was doing and changed it into that. It just felt natural, and it's bare bones. I've done a lot of death-defying things on stage, but the scariest thing you'll ever do is just sing to people with no band, just you and your voice. That's it. I wish I could see me like you do stand there. Someone who's satisfied without worry or fear. What you see before you is a lie that I spin. 'Cause even on my highest high, I'm praying for the end. Oh, friend, somehow you understood how I still can be all I could. And I swear on these Houston lights I'll find what I need. 'Cause I may be broken, but I will be free. This feeling weighs me down, I just can't stand no more. I want out of my troubled mind, but I just can't find the door. They say time heals all, but all I do is sit and bleed. Now my fist is in the mirror, 'cause I hate what I see. Oh, friend, somehow you understood how I still can be all I could. I swear on these Houston lights I'll find what I need. 'Cause I may be broken, but I will be free. The words in my head, trading the truth for the wrong, leaving me restless like an unpolished song. Now I'm walking the rails toward my own setting sun, on a painted bridge telling me to be someone. Oh, friend, somehow you understood how I still can be all I could. And I swear on these Houston lights I'll find what I need. 'Cause I may be broken, but I will be free. 'Cause I may be broken, but I will be free. Don't Strike Me Down was a song that I wrote in my shed. I've been up all night long. The song was just coming up, and I always found that being sleep deprived was probably the best way I could write songs. And I had a stunt called the Bullet Catch, which was real, and I basically kind of stared down the barrel of this gun for a while until I came up with something, and I came up with this song, and it stuck with me. It's about being reckless and having something to prove and going way too far to get it. And that's kind of me in a nutshell, really. Reckless and tired with something to prove. I gambled my life on a parachute. Death I'm not seeking, but I'll take what comes. Whiskey's the comfort, but chance is the drug. The weight of a trigger is more than I can pull. But the booze and the anger, my fire and fuel. Don't strike me down, oh, don't strike me down. Don't strike me down. I stole those roses off a dead man's grave to beg your forgiveness for the pain that I made. As lost as I am, Lord, I care for you still, to show you a love I know I can't feel. Staring down a barrel makes a steady handshake, but it all comes down to the luck I make. Don't strike me down, oh Lord, don't strike me down. Don't strike me down, oh Lord, don't strike me down. Don't strike me down, oh Lord, don't strike me down. Don't strike me down, oh Lord, don't strike me down. I'll Fall Away was just me really trying to spread out musically. I was doing some kind of rocky and bluesy things, but I really want to go back to a more simpler time of music. And you know, some of those things where I was on a Hank Williams kick, and you know, you hear "I'll Fly Away," and you hear the the many ways that was sung throughout the years, and I didn't want to do it that way. I was always into digging deep, or digging till it hurts when it came to writing lyrics. And I didn't want to do it in this very happy way. I wanted to kind of come from an addict's point of view, someone who's kind of ready to go and ready to leave, but not because there's something greater. He just kind of wants peace, and that's what this song's about. And yeah. Peace will come to my worn out mind. fall away when I stagger through this open door. I'll fall away. I hope you think of me now and then. I'll fall away. Well, until we meet again, my friends, I'll fall away. When I was about 13, maybe 15 years old, I was in bed. I think it was a Sunday because I had school in the morning. And my parents came home fighting, screaming and yelling. There was a full beer can thrown through our garage window when they got into it, and they were screaming divorce and how much they hate. Let me decide who I want to stay with. Those kind of things. They just screamed all night long. And at one point, my mom decided to go to our stereo and play a song and play on loop. And after she did that, she came in my room and I pretended I was asleep, and she kissed me, walked back, and a few minutes later, I heard my dad calling me. So I got out of bed, ran to the bathroom that they were in, and kind of found my mom had taken a handful of pills. And she looked up at me, and I remember the kind of the dead stare she had. She asked me if I was the doctor. So I called 911. They came. She made it through. She's still here today. But the song that she decided to end everything and leave this world, leave her family with, was this song. It was called House of Broken Love. It's by Great White. Come the morning, don't you wake me. I'll be dreaming that I'm free. Come the daybreak, don't you shake me. Send me back to misery. Now I'm dealing with the devil with no help above. I'm dealing with the devil in this house of broken love. With you, baby, I saw something in your eyes, though no one else could blame me. There were signs I should have recognized. Now I'm dealing with the devil with no help from above. I'm sleeping with the devil in this house of broken love. that she's leaving. Oh, the moonshine so cold and gray, and my heart beat, yeah, hear me weeping, pain and sorrow here to stay. You begged your baby help me, but you turned your back on me. You didn't even listen when you should have set me free. Now I'm leaving with the devil, leave the secret love. I'm leaving with the devil in this house of broken love. Yeah. Bye-bye. See you.
Well, 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 ladies and gentlemen, brothers and sisters, that was fucking awesome. Oh, my lights are off. Y'all can't see me.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, brothers and sisters.
And that's my monitor there in the background listening to me. Holy shit. Guys, that was Kriss Broken. What is going on? What on earth is going on? Was that you, Lisa?
Guys, that was Kriss. What is going on?
I'm gonna wait. We good? Everything good?
Oh,
We good? That was something. Guys, I don't even know what the hell that was all about. That was Kriss Broken, and he was awesome. He is awesome.
he was awesome.
He's a great guy. I love him to death. When nonsense attack. What was that? Monitors attack.
Monitors.
Yeah, exactly. There it is. I'm trying to find my cursor again because I have my. Okay, so fun fact: if those of you who tuned into the beginning of the show, you know this. I wear glasses to help me see. I have good eyesight, but I do not have good enough eyesight. I can see well enough to drive, but not well enough to read. I think that's true. Yeah. I mean, I can see like the words at this distance. I can see the words. I can see No Limits. I can see Lisa, who does in fact have a YouTube channel. Thank you, Lisa, for finally tuning into the first ever episode that you've ever watched.
I know, all this time.
Yeah, no kidding. But I can see the names. Actually, from this distance, my monitor is just past the length of my arm away from me. My computer monitor. I can see your name, but I can't really see the words you wrote.
You know, I have fighter pilot vision, right?
Yeah.
Like mine's almost 2010.
Well, I had 2015 for the longest time, and then in 2010, when I was getting my MBA, I was reading like all the time, and that's when my eyesight just went to shit.
Joe, I went through law school.
Yeah, my eyesight's probably 20, 25, 20, 30. It's not bad, but it's not good enough. I mean, I can drive. I could drive like this. I do all the time. But it's really,
folks.
Yeah, heads up. I'm not, trust me, I am not the worst thing on the highways in Houston. But you know, reading at this distance is a bit of a challenge unless I make it in old man font. Then I can see it just fine. That said, the cursor is white. The background is white. Sometimes I have trouble finding the cursor even when I have my glasses on. And these lights are kind of in my eyes. That's why I wear the sunglasses, because you know, otherwise it's dim in here. You know, it's kind of dark and I look kind of shady. So my beard kind of looks like a Rorschach beard. So all that said, that's one of the reasons why you'll see me like leaning forward and doing this shit. And also sometimes I'll just like tip my hat down and I kind of look over my sunglasses and you can't really see my eyes because the camera's up here and my monitor's down here. There's some behind the scenes shit going on at the final episode, the final live episode. That's it. It's the end of the run. We're at the end of the road. This is where the sidewalk ends, people.
There you are. You froze.
I did not freeze. I'm here. You froze.
I did not.
So yeah, this is the end of the line. This is where the sidewalk ends, people. This is the 99.2nd episode. We gave away a bling bottle to, of all people, Lazy Nate, who got the previous bling bottle. What else we got in the chat? Let me look through the chat real quick, see if I'm missing anything. I put the link there in chat. If anybody wants to join us for the final episode, I'll put it in the chat one more time, and we will invite some disastrous opportunities for nonsense. What I'm going to do, Lisa, you can check out if you'd like. We will do the official, like the unofficial end of the show. I can bring up like the closing panel and tell everybody good night, and then I can open it back up. And if people want to join me, they can join me, and I can give my final farewell. That sound good?
It would be really cool to put names and faces together.
Okay. All right. So we're gonna do that. We'll do our closing panel. I'll give my thank you, and then we'll come back, and I will. The old Humble guy will be officially retired from the show, or for now, until we figure out what we do with the old Humble Happy Hour program, which will be the next generation coming sometime later this summer. So there you go. Cheers and good night, everybody. This is our drink. Be awesome to each other. See you next time. And, all right, ladies and gentlemen, and brothers and sisters, and children of all ages, we are now officially in the after hours party, I suppose. And I mean, I have an actual overlay for the after party, and I don't know where it's at. But the link to join, if you wish to join us, it's there in the quarantine after hour. There it is. Is that it? I think that's not the right one. That's
no, that's the right one.
No, that's episode number 8. That's not the one. I'm going to go with episode number 10. I think there's a background for the after hour, and I can put.
I was going to say the link is correct.
Yeah, the link's correct. I'm not doubting that. I mean, I know when I'm correct. I put the correct things up there. Quarantine after hour. We'll just do that. We'll do that. We'll do. I mean, it doesn't fucking matter. I'll just put there. We are officially in the quarantine after hour. 5, 4, 3, 2, boom. There we go. And you know what? I bet I can put that in the background as well. Let me see if this is fun doing engineering work kind of on the fly. And this is the sort of thing I'm not really gonna miss at all. Chasing down guests that don't show up. I'm not gonna miss that.
What do you mean guests that don't show up?
Yeah, I mean, I had 3 different Aubrey Plazas that were supposed to show up. 4 was did I forget to send the link to all of them? I bet I did. I bet it's my own fault. No, I sent the damn link. She just didn't show up.
So all of them.
Yeah.
Because I had to ask you for the link.
Yeah. Well, I forgot to send it to you. It's not like you're Aubrey Plaza.
Could have been.
Last year when we were going to have Aubrey on the show, Tifa Tiddlywink showed up in her place. So that was cool. Local burlesque performer. Awesome chick. Fantastic person. Just a general all-around hoopy fruit. She's just, she's one of the best people I know. And that's cool. Anybody who wants to join us, you're welcome to join us. Murder City, jump on back in if you wish. No Limits, jump on back in. Nate, if you're there. Max, come on. The link's there in the chat. It is an open invitation we're wrapping up the series. We're wrapping up the run. It is things I will miss is just having something to do on a Thursday night that is here at home, and being able to just blather out nonsense. I've managed to avoid over 100 episodes of overtly political commentary.
Yes, I'm very proud of you.
And I can honestly say that if I sat here and said Ted Cruz is a giant heaping piece of shit, that is not a political commentary. That's just stating a fact. That's like saying the sky's blue. I mean, if I said if I said his politics are wrong, that would be a political thing. If I said his politics are right, that'd be a political thing. Just stating empirically that he is a piece of shit is not, I don't think. I wouldn't consider that to be politics. That's like saying dirt is dirty. I mean, dirt is dirty. It is. That's just it's a fact. It is. It's right there. It's dirt. And even clean dirt is just covered in dirt. So that's that's what I'm trying to say. Except for that one episode, the one episode which I may re-air. I pulled it down when I just absolutely lost my shit during the snowpocalypse.
During what?
During that first week in February when we were snowed in, and see, Max gets it. It's personal, not political. Yeah, when we were snowed in and completely without power for most of the week, and we were having rolling blackouts on that Thursday, and I thought I felt semi-confident that I could get the show done, the entire show finished, and we did end up losing power shortly after I finished the show. But yeah, I kind of ranted. I just went off on a full-throated, full-chested, just fuck Ted Cruz, fuck Greg Abbott rant, and it felt so cathartic because we spent the week living in a fucking third world country because we didn't have.
Yes, we did. In fact, that was the day that I came over to your house to use the shower.
That was the day you came over here to use the shower, exactly. And I was livid because that heap of steaming shit had fled to Mexico. Oh God!
That sucked.
I hate that man, and I am disappointed on a foundational level that we haven't managed to get him out of office yet. I am confident that this is my one plea that for everybody out there in the country that may see this, if you do not like what you saw in February as much as we don't like what we lived in February, like call your senator and tell him to support voting rights because we are a non-voting suppressed state. Please help us. We're hostages in our state. And that's all, I mean, I miss the days when we had good representation, back when we had governance, and that was Republicans too. That was Republicans, conservatives. We just had governance, and that was the state. We could help. We could do more.
So during the musical performance, you noticed that I was eating cookies.
I did. Were those Thin Mints you were eating?
They were not Thin Mints.
Were they?
They were mochaccino twisters from HEB.
Interesting. You do show up at the distillery with some delicious.
You froze again, Joe.
I froze again. I'm not frozen.
Yeah.
I can see me. Oh, we may be having connectivity issues. No Limits is trying to connect, but their microphone and camera are not connected. They will need to connect their mic or cam before I can add them to the stream. So that's what's happening right now. No Limits. But yeah, you've shown up at the shop with maple leaf or maple syrup cookies and gummies and all kinds of delicious things, like normal gummies, not Colorado gummies. Yeah. Down here in Texas, we don't have to have our weed in a gummy. We get it in the leaf form, just like everybody else used to do.
Yeah, no, that's like not my thing.
She prefers the gummies.
That's
what she's saying.
No, like we've already had this conversation with.
Have we?
Yes, with Jeff with a G.
Oh, okay. That's right. You're the designated driver when we go off and be good full on degenerates.
I just don't go with you guys.
Oh no, you're in my phone as a designated driver just in case we get full on degeneratized. Don't
Gotcha.
worry. Yeah, you
Gotcha.
are. I can't call my wife. I mean, geez, she'd yell at me. I don't have to listen
All
to you
right.
when you yell at me.
I'll yell at you. Then I'll call your wife
Yeah, probably. But that's
and
cool.
put her on speakerphone so that she can yell at you.
But she won't yell at you, so that works out good.
I
for
know
everybody.
she won't yell at
Yeah.
me.
And she's not watching, so it's fine. I can say whatever I want.
Mhm.
It's not like this is ever gonna get back to her. We got No Limits TV in the green room. Let's bring them up.
And then Max has a question about.
Current policy for the public at the distillery.
Not
that means
sure.
that means I'm assuming, is it open to the public at the distillery? Currently, we don't have a bathroom, so there's that. I mean, it's open. I mean, technically, if we're there, you can come to the distillery, but there's no bathroom. Well, there's a men's room because we're in the woods, but there's no plumbed facilities at the distillery currently.
Yeah, so I have to go to the bathroom before I go to the distillery.
Yeah. We are working on that. We're working on it actively. It is on my list of things to do.
Because I won't go in the woods. And
it's like bottle whiskey, filter whiskey, bottle whiskey, install toilet, sell whiskey. Yeah, we're on that. It's on the list. We're working on it. Now, that said, I can arrange for a tour, by appointment. Like by appointment, I can arrange for a tour by appointment there at the distillery if we can coordinate time. So just shoot me an email. We can work it out. So there you go.
Yeah, Max, I don't camp. Like my idea of roughing it is a hotel that doesn't have room service. So yeah. I use the bathroom before I go to the distillery to label the bottles and make sure that Joe doesn't burn anything down.
I'm sure they've got a coffee can laying around somewhere.
Yeah, not.
Farts, stupid internet connectivity. This won't be a problem when we get to the new shop because it'll be all hardwired. No Limits. Good to see you, my man.
What's going on, brother?
Doing a show.
Yeah, so I don't have enough subscribers to live stream from my phone, so I've never done it. So when y'all's link kept saying like click allow, I kept trying to, and Chrome kept not allowing it. And I'm about computer dumb. Like I do good to get my own videos up, much less figure out how to work other interfaces. So yeah, that's what I was fighting with in y'all's green room.
I got you.
You figured it out. You're here.
Yeah. I mean, that's what live TV is all about. You turn on cameras and you figure it out, or you get connected and then you turn on cameras and figure it out. I mean, that's how we did it when I was in college. We had this studio called the Student Video Network. We did live TV, and what we would do is we would have the show at like 9:00 every night. We'd have a show at 9:00, and it was just dumb nonsense like this. But we did it every night, which is why I was in college for like 5.5 years. But we would also go to this little restaurant called Cougs, which was downstairs in the student underground, and we'd order a pitcher or two of beers, and then we'd drink the beers, and then we'd go back to the studio and we'd like live TV. And we couldn't figure out why for like all that semester, every single show started with either no video or no audio, or no video and no audio, or it had the video but it was the wrong camera, or the cameras were crossed and the microphones were crossed, and like we could not figure out how to get all these technical difficulties ironed out before the show started until we stopped going to Cougs and having the beers before the shows. Go figure.
Man, you always got to have a couple of beers before the shows, otherwise you're all tense and camera shy. Yeah,
that's what we thought, but turns out, beer causes technical difficulties to happen too. That's why I have all this shit set up before I start drinking.
And I have on pretty good authority that she probably really is Aubrey.
I think she is Aubrey. I'm pretty sure.
No, your co-host. She's Aubrey.
I've known Lisa for years. She's definitely not Aubrey Plaza. I seriously thought about doing that stupid bit with her, but I didn't think that I didn't think ambushing her with that would work.
Yeah, seeing as I don't know who Aubrey Plaza is.
but I thought I would just like take her off the show for a second and send her back to the green room and then change the name. But the names aren't showing up on the screen for some reason. I don't know why. And then bring her back up as my special guest, Aubrey Plaza, and then just seeing the deer eyes, the deer in the headlight eyes. Like, what am I supposed to do?
So the first thing I'm doing is I'm going to train that kangaroo to box as retaliation for you rigging the wheel. And then I'm going to go have a conversation with my subscribers because I was really trying to rig that wheel myself. And some of my people came through, but I don't know where everybody else went.
I don't know what to tell you. I don't know what to tell you. Lisa, this is Aubrey Plaza over here in the new screen that I am sharing. I think we're all on the screen. Aubrey Plaza.
Right. I went and looked her up on IMDb because I'm like, this is not like, what? Wait.
That was definitely Aubrey Plaza. I mean, you can do a lot of makeup to cover up a beard and stuff. She's super talented. She's amazing. She's funny. She's lovely. I love her to death. She's just awesome. And she's like, I mean, allegedly one of the weirdest celebrities in the world. So, and
so she fit right in here.
She's the most famous person from, where's she from? Not Vermont. She's the most famous person from Baltimore. No, she's from.
How are you going to stalk someone and not know where they're from?
Well, like, I don't know where she was born. I'm not a creep. Same place that Joe Biden was lived. Where's Joe Biden from? Delaware. She's the most famous person from Delaware.
You don't think that's Joe Biden?
I'm glad he answered that question before I could.
I don't think Aubrey Plaza is Joe Biden. No. Aubrey Plaza is the most famous person from Delaware, yeah.
No, I think she was saying you don't think Joe Biden would be more famous of a person from that place.
Yeah, okay, that makes more sense. But no, there was some kind of poll. I think it was on the Conan O'Brien show where he said, "So you're like the most famous person from Delaware." She's like, "Oh, like there were. I can only think of two people from Delaware." And it's Joe Biden and Aubrey Plaza. So she's definitely more famous.
Wasn't George Washington from Delaware? I know he crossed the Delaware.
I don't think Delaware existed when George Washington was born. I'm pretty sure he was from Virginia. I'm pretty sure.
I don't
know. Like everyone was from Virginia back then. That was the most populous state. It's like everyone was, everyone who's anyone was from Virginia.
Yes, Wilmington, Delaware. Indeed.
Huh?
She's from Wilmington, Delaware.
Yeah. Like, name 3 people from Delaware who aren't Joe Biden.
Man, you can't stop doing this show. You guys realize, like, so I do my day job, whatever that may be at the time, and then I do my woodworking, and then hopefully I get a chance to drop my video, and then I gotta hurry up and catch y'all's live stream because this is like my comedic relief. Like, this is my unwind right here.
Thank you.
I think he froze again.
That's okay, right? Me too.
All right. Like, all through that, like I do my day job, whatever that may be, and then like my entire system just froze up on me there for a minute while I was
saying that I work on then I work on my woodworking. If the people that I ask for a stencil ever sends me a stencil, then
the damn stencil.
then I'll try to get my videos out. And then it's like late at night and I got to hurry up and catch y'all's live stream because this is like my comedic relief. So if y'all quit doing this show, then I'm going to have to drink more. And that will probably be good for your stock, but not so good for my liver.
Yeah, you should take care of your liver.
Dude, I'm telling you, like in that video that I dropped, I wasn't kidding. Like, he's a dangerous person to deal with because I bought that one bottle and I went home and I thought I was going to share it with the neighbors. And then like after glass, I was like, no, y'all go get your own. I'm keeping this one. And then like at 8 o'clock in the morning, the bottle was gone. And I had to second guess some of my life choices. But
I warn people that you got to buy 2 bottles. I warn them. I did.
You didn't warn me.
I usually warn people that you ought to buy 2 bottles, especially when they're buying a gift for someone else. Because I'm like, you know, you're not going to want to share this. I mean, you're going to taste it. You're not going to want to share it.
Happened. True story.
Hey, hang on a second. Okay. Talk among yourselves real quick. I'm sending an email.
So what kind of woodworking do you do?
A little bit of everything. I'm trying to, you see that logo behind his head?
Yes.
So I do different kind of like burnt wood flags and burnt wood American flags, things like that. And
like
I won't.
Chirography?
No, like, I don't think I've dropped a how-to video on my channel yet. So like you'll burn the dark stripes, like the red stripes are darker color, then you'll just kind of glaze the white stripes, and then you'll burn the field like super, super dark, and then either route out the stars, or a lot of times if I can get brass pre this election, I'll like use like empty 9mm casings in the field, different things like that. Well, I want to make one with that logo blazed through the middle of it for him, but he won't send me a stencil because he doesn't like me.
I sent it again. I sent it twice now.
That's the email you were sending.
There's 2 files in that. There's 2 logo files in the email I sent. 2. There you go.
All right, I'll check it out when we get over here. But yeah,
your spam filter, because most of my emails go to spam, rightfully. Oh man!
Well,
I mean,
they either have to start sending you the spam box, or people are going to start sending you to court. So just be glad for the spam box. You know?
Yeah, there you go. I do like the idea of doing a our celebrity restraining order edition, limited edition celebrity restraining order.
No.
Like on the so on the back of the label, it'll be like the picture with a black redacted bar across the middle of it, and then you know. The celebrity that sent me a restraining order this time was, you know, Chris Pratt. I sent him 750 letters asking about Jurassic Park, and he finally sent me a letter back through his attorney telling me to quit asking him about Jurassic Park. Anywho, here's some whiskey.
And that's all before the zoo files a restraining order from trying to jump the fence and fight a baby kangaroo.
Right.
I'm gonna jump the fence. I mean, I'm gonna like try and do it like, you know, a sanctioned kangaroo fight.
No.
I don't think they'll sanction a kangaroo fight.
No.
At least not in the States. I think that's like those donkey shows. You got to go to Mexico for those.
A kangaroo fight and a donkey show are 2 entirely different things. Oh my god.
Well, fundamentally, yes, but human rights activist wise, probably not so much.
No, animal rights activists. Like,
yeah,
I don't really care about Joe.
I mean,
I personally, but just in case,
if I was going to be honest, if I was like in charge of the Greenpeace not so bright people, I would probably be okay with him fighting a kangaroo, because let's be honest, that kangaroo's going to tear him up. So, like,
I don't know, man. I'm pretty wiry. I'm pretty wiry. I mean, you never. I can be quick too. I'll be all like, "Look over here." Bip. See?
Yeah, no, that kangaroo is going to kick you one time, and.
But the problem is, so like, it sounds like I'm on your side, Lisa, but I totally did say in the comments that if he would put it in writing and agree to let me film it, I would make sure he had 1,000 subs tomorrow.
Yeah, I mean, we'll see. We'll see. I mean, I'll give it. We got to get the right fight promoter. You know, if we get Paul Wall to do the fight promotion, I mean, that'd be the shit. Yeah, yeah. I mean, I'm picturing the whole thing as it plays out. Like I walk in with my robe and, you know, the boxing shorts and not boxer shorts, boxing briefs, whatever, and the gloves on. And then there's like the kangaroo just like leaning back on his tail with a cigar and fedora and little vest. He sees me coming. Bring this over here. He sees me coming and he like takes off. He like leans up off his tail and he takes off his vest and puts out it. He takes out the cigar, puts out the cigar on the ground, and he leans back a little bit and he takes off his stupid little fucking fedora and he comes and hops over it. Then I just like, bam, take that,
Okay.
Joey.
So I've got a couple of questions.
Themselves.
So my first question, I guess, would have to be, what did a kangaroo ever do to you that you feel so strongly that kangaroos are just stuck up little assholes that just deserve it? And my second question would be, exactly how much free time do you have to have given this that much thought?
Far too much.
Yeah, I clearly have too much free time. That goes without.
Spend too much time on planes, don't you? By the time you extra 2 hours into the airport and then the flight and then getting out of the next airport, you don't have anything better to do. So you're just like, you know what? That kangaroo over there.
Something like that one. Yeah. I mean, most of my knowledge of kangaroos comes from cartoons, from Bugs Bunny cartoons, admittedly. Yeah, and I mean, most of my knowledge of Australia comes from cartoons in general. So, I mean, I'm hanging my hat on that, really.
Which hat?
Well, yeah, I've got a few. Yeah. Yeah, and yeah, that's what I'm gonna. Yeah, that's what I'm gonna go with. Most of, I mean, I'm counting on the fact that 1980s cartoons were mostly accurate. Mostly. Yeah.
Yeah, because just the other day I watched somebody have a piano fall on their head from 8 stories, and they got up with all their teeth were little piano keys. Other than that, they were fine.
They were fine.
That is how things happen in real life. I don't doubt that for a second. It's true. That is a true thing. That is a thing that happens. I saw it on TV, so it's obviously a real thing.
It must be true.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely.
Don't get me started. I've got videos on that one.
I mean, most of my knowledge of raccoons is from cartoons. That's why I know that they wear hats and vests, and they're suckers. Like the old one always has glasses, like little round.
Why? Why are you so hung up on the vest?
That's what they do. They don't wear pants. They can't wear pants. They have tails, so they wear vests or shirts. I mean, duh. I mean,
not all animals go to the Winnie the Pooh fashion line. All right.
I mean, can you picture a bear with those big thick thighs and that big old booty wearing pants? They can't. They'd have to get them specially tailored. I mean, what are they going to do? They can't. I mean, just don't be ridiculous. I'm a woman. God.
So next week's y'all's last episode of the quarantine show. When are y'all starting the happy hour show?
Well, this is the last live program. Next week is the last episode. We're re-airing the 100th episode from last week. So that way the 100th.
So I missed last week. I missed last week. I was tied up with some stuff. That's why y'all switched it, because she wasn't there.
I had a date.
Ooh. Yeah. Oh, so we are going to have to do a special unhinged.
Hold on. You never heard the expression business before pleasure? You can't just go on a date when you've got a show. Like, you're not George Jones.
So 3 weeks ago. Okay, let me look at my calendar here so that I get this right. Back on June 17th, we had the 98th episode. On the 17th of June was the 98th episode when I announced we were going to be giving away the bottle on the 99th episode. On the 24th, I was out of town, and wait, is that right? No. Wait, what day is today? Today's the 1st. Okay. On the 10th, I had the 98th episode. On the 17th, I was out of town.
Right.
So that was going to be the 99th episode. And then last week, the 24th, on the 24th was the 100th episode, and I had a whole panel of guests. Slade. Let's see here. We had Slade Ham, Micah from Micah's Mix. We had Raptor Gaming. We had the 21090 guys. We had the Keeping It Neat guys. We had Lone Star. Ryan Adam Wells, Jeff with a G. Ryan Adam Wells was our musical guest. He closed out the show. I had all this shit lined up for the 100th episode, so I couldn't just call these people and say, "Hey, you're gonna have to come on a week later." So we did the 100th episode on schedule on the 100th episode on schedule on the 25th. That was our series finale. We're done. But the 99th episode, which happened while I was out of town, was rescheduled to this week because I was out of town. I was physically unable to do it. So
no more quarantine happy hour.
Right.
But
because we're coming out of quarantine.
The 100th episode will be replayed next week.
So
our finale show will be replayed one more time.
So when's y'all's new happy hour show going to start?
I'm going on vacation next week. We're going up to Colorado. Going to go to Pikes Peak. So anybody in Pikes Peak, say hi. Hi. We're going to Pikes Peak next week, which will probably be my last vacation for like 18 months, quite honestly. Or at least my last real vacation for like 18 months. And then internet gets connected at the distillery at the end of July. And so my timeline to come up with a new format for the show, or kind of crystallize the new format for the show, is the next couple of weeks, early August. My idea was to do live shows at the distillery, kind of do the same nonsense that we've done, but just do live shows at the distillery and stream them at the end of the nonsense that we've done. So we start with 30 minutes of nonsense, 30 minutes of an interview, and then do the live show.
Man, you're gonna mess around and make me have to move back to Houston. You have any idea how bad I hate that place?
It's lovely. What is wrong with you?
Yeah, I mean, it's
right now. I don't like people, for one, and I don't like traffic. Like right now, I'm chilling on like 8 acres, and I bet you I haven't heard 9 cars in the last 5 hours.
Moose Gal, we won't be stopping live. We're just going to be reformatting it. Don't worry.
Oh yeah, I live like in the middle of the city, like right on the corner of a busy road, and down the street from the fire department.
All right,
that's what's wrong with Houston.
Yeah, so we have another guest to join the stream. Cheers to our new guest.
Oh shit, you caught me. Hi.
Cheers. How are you?
I'm fine. I'm trying to get my beer, and it's across. Hold on.
All right. Well, how about you go get your beer? You're fine. Murder City's in the house.
My bad. Cheers.
We have Aubrey Plaza back in the house. No, I'm kidding.
It's the real one.
The real Aubrey Plaza. Cheers.
Hold on. I got another one. No, y'all are all wrong. I've got Aubrey Plaza.
What?
Aubrey Plaza. Everybody, I've got Aubrey Plaza. This is fantastic. Cheers.
You're Aubrey Plaza now, probably.
Oh, you mean I'm gonna be her?
Nice to see you.
So,
yeah. Okay, Max, the distillery is on 1960 on the north side of town. There you go. It used to be in just outside of downtown Humble, in Humble City, the city of Humble proper. But there was apparently pearl clutching and consternation over the fact that we were selling whiskey inside of city limits and causing people to dance and or have dirty sex. So we are no longer inside of city limits. We're just outside of city limits in the adorable and affordable cheap land of Harris County. So there you go. And
your place.
I suggested for the Good Oil Days Festival. We do a Good Oil Days Festival every year because Humble is an old oil town. And I suggested as a signature cocktail at the event that we do our Colonel Angus signature cocktail and hand out a string of pearls with every drink. So that when the people who actually got the the double entendre of the Colonel Angus cocktail needed pearls to clutch, we would supply them for them. The organizers of the event thought it was a great idea, but ultimately decided to not go with the Colonel Angus Colonel Angus drink. Even though Colonel Angus is a Southern tradition and proper for every man and woman to engage in, it is what they call the afternoon delight. But alas, we would not have proper Colonel Angus during our event in the good old days of proper humble. What, after all, would Father Benjamin think if he saw us all engaging in the Colonel Angus cocktails there in the middle of the street?
We're gonna need a murder drink.
Oh, we can do that.
I can make a drink. I can make a drink that'll murder you, and then we can just name it after that.
Then you'll be an episode. That's not cool.
So tell us about the Murder City podcast. Since we have you here, tell us about Murder City.
Talk about dead people. No, we just cover Houston missing and murdered people. We focus only on Houston. It's about it. We're about to start some shit up in Houston, though, with our new episode. So that's exciting.
Yeah, y'all hadn't had an episode for a couple of months.
It's been like a year.
A few months. But y'all are coming out with a new episode later on this. Well, later in this month, in July,
on July 13th, we'll be dropping an episode.
Yeah.
Yeah. So we're people are about to be mad.
On what streaming platforms?
All of them. We're on everything.
There you go.
Spotify, Stitcher, Apple, Google. I can't even think of all of them. There's a lot. We're on all of it, though.
Yep. I get mine through Apple Podcast.
Yeah, we're on Apple. We're on Google, Stitcher, Spotify. That's it. I guess I only know those 4, but there's more than that. But yeah.
I'm commenting. I'm listening, but I'm also commenting.
No, that's about it. I mean, there's not much to say. You'd have to listen to the show, I guess, because it's like we cover a case every episode. Then we do little episodes for missing people, because usually there's like zero information to even talk about. And that's about it. And
when y'all do your episodes, y'all go from original source material, right? Not just like you don't review. It's not like a review of documentaries about the murder.
Oh no, I live on newspaper archive websites.
Yeah.
Yeah, I have subscriptions to like newspaper.com, all the things, like all the old cases, like in the early 1900s. I love those because like I get to like my favorite thing is looking at the ads that they have, like for stores and stuff. Oh my God, some of it's so cringy, and I'm like, I'll send them to CC, my co-host. And I'm like, look at their set. It's awful.
So,
if you guys ever been,
yes, Lisa,
I have a very interesting connection here. Yeah, CC and I used to work together.
Oh no shit!
Yeah, she's
That's
like
cool.
one of my favorite people in the world, and if I could get her to come and work for me again, I would be so proud.
Oh man. See, if I would have known, this was kind of an impromptu thing. I remembered because I told him on Twitter, I was like, I'm going to set my reminder. And then I saw it go off, and I'm like writing an outline literally for a thing. And I'm like, I'll go. And then an hour later, I'm like, shit, it's probably over. So that's why I joined right now, but she's probably been asleep. I'll have to tell her though. I'll tell her you said hi.
Yeah,
she's awesome.
So, and then I saw that you guys did an episode about the Joan Robinson Hill and the Ash Robinson case.
Yeah.
So, and as you know, the Blood and Money was the book that was written about that, and that was written by Tommy Thompson. Well, my current law firm is the law firm that Tommy's brother founded.
Oh, wow. Ooh, that's fun.
So he wrote a bunch of novels.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Oh, that's awesome. See, Houston is such a big, small town because, like,
I know.
no matter what you do, like, you're always finding this connection to this case. Like, we can't go anywhere without someone like, oh, this person was murdered. And we're like, we know that case, you know, and it's like everywhere. It's crazy. It's crazy.
Yeah. So my dad was, the River Oaks area was his patrol area during the 70s. And he was actually on duty when the Joan Robinson Hill call came through. And or the Hill call came through, and he was so disappointed because he was sitting on a prisoner at Bentop.
Oh no!
But do you know the Shattered Night?
No, I've never heard of it. I don't think.
Was he the one that got his arm cut off, and then his other arm, and then his leg?
No,
he was gonna.
Not the night you
talking about Stubby.
I thought he was talking about
case of Stubby. I don't know.
The Black Knight who was going to bleed.
Yeah, he's talking about Monty Python.
Yeah.
No. Okay. No, it's hilarious that y'all say that because there is literally an unidentified guy they found years and years ago with no arms and no legs, and the newspaper started calling him Stubby. That's who I thought you were talking about. My bad.
Just not a flesh wound.
He had no arms and no legs, and he was in the bayou. They just called him Bob.
Yes, no, it's Stubby. That's it. That's all his name is. It's so sad.
Anyway, since we completely hijacked your question, carry on.
Yeah, I don't know. What is this Shattered Night? What is that?
So it's a book that was written by the woman who defended the woman who killed her husband. So it's another case out of River Oaks, and I can't remember anybody's name. But
the woman who killed her husband.
Shush, Joe.
I'm just trying to make sure I get it right. The lawyer defending the woman
wrote the book, and it was one of the very first cases in the country where the battered wife defense was used, and they were successful. But anyway, my dad did respond to that call, and the husband was like coming down the stairs with a tennis racket after his wife, and she had a revolver and shot him. And anyway, the guy was a cardiologist, and he was on DeBakey's team. And came over to the scene, and he comes up to my dad. He's like, "Well, can I just go in and see?" And he's on my team, and can I just see if there's anything that can be done? My dad's like, "He's dead."
Oh no!
And DeBakey's, can I just go in? He's like, "Yeah, you know." And so anyway, DeBakey comes back out and is like, "You're right, Sergeant."
Oh, it took a heart surgeon. Damn, that's awful. Yeah. We should sometimes it's so cliche, it's hard not to laugh about these things, but you have to have levity with all of it. Otherwise we'd be depressed and on all kinds of medications.
Right. Yeah, that gallows humor is a coping mechanism.
Y'all are on medications? I'm confused. I thought we were all on medications.
Oh, I'm not yet.
Joe's medication is a little more liquid than the rest of ours.
Yeah, right. Same.
So, have y'all ever been to the Murder Museum in New Orleans?
No. Cece, my co-host, has. I have not been to New Orleans at all. So it's one of my bucket lists for my birthday this year.
I've
been several times. I've never been to the Murder Museum.
I didn't actually find the Murder Museum all that interesting. It wasn't really my deal. The people that I was with wanted to go. Some of the stuff was interesting, but New Orleans as a whole definitely needs to be on your bucket list. If I didn't have to commute to work, if my YouTube channel ever gets big enough, I don't have to drive places every day. That's where I would move to. But again, I don't like traffic. And if you think Houston has bad traffic, try to drive through the quarter. You can't even park in the quarter, ever. But you can walk out of your house.
You just walk through it.
But you can walk out of your house at 7 o'clock in the morning with a bottle of whiskey in your hand and your boxers, and people don't look at you like you're crazy.
Yeah, they just assume you're going home.
Right? Goals.
They don't know what they just that makes sense. Traffic in Houston is a whole lot of people trying to go place, but there's enough capacity to help move them there. Like it keeps moving. But other places like Atlanta, we got stuck in traffic in Atlanta. We were leaving Savannah, we went through Atlanta. It was unfortunate timing. We ended up in Atlanta during rush hour. There's just too goddamn many people in Atlanta. I mean, that was just dumb. Standstill. Like, where the hell are they going? It's Atlanta. You got no place to be.
Man, so like when I drove truck,
roads just aren't big. There aren't enough highways or roads in New Orleans. There's one damn highway. That's I-10, and it's stupid. It's stupid in Houston. It's stupid all the way up down I-10.
New Orleans is bad. When I drove truck, if you don't catch Atlanta at the wrong time, like, and people say the same thing about Houston, and I dog Houston because I spent a lot of time there, but I honestly think that like it goes like New York City, LA, Austin, and then from there you kind of got to toss a coin between like Atlanta, Houston, Chicago, Detroit. Like those are all places that if you catch them at the wrong time, it's going to be a bad day, but they semi have the infrastructure for it. Austin is the only place I've ever been that you catch traffic at 3:30 in the morning on a Wednesday for absolutely no reason at all. And they have 3 lane roads and 2 of them are shut down.
Yeah.
Well, and with Austin, there are no alternate routes. Like you
same way with New Orleans. There's no alternate routes. It's I-10 or fuck off. That's it.
One thing that blew my mind about Austin is we went up there for a podcast show a couple of years ago, and when you're driving in, you start seeing signs for their airport, right? So like it'll, we're thinking, well, we're getting closer because they're starting to have signs, but here is different. There's airplanes in the sky all the time, and so we kept looking up, and we're like, okay, where's the airplanes? Like supposedly their airport's right here. Did not see one airplane. My mind was blown. And then on top of that, they had a CVS like underground. I was like, if we had this here, that would not last a hurricane season like that, like at all.
Well,
I don't
and that's what
Austin.
Makes, well, and that's what makes Southern Louisiana down New Orleans, Ville Platte, and down all on the bayou. Florida's kind of the same way. That's what makes them so bad in a hurricane situation is like he said, there's I-10 out of New Orleans. That's it.
Yeah.
I want to say it's 19. I don't have the route wrong, but there's one state road that comes up like out of the Platte, and that's it. Florida, it's what, I-75 or I-95. So like when they're trying to leave the whole state, there's just nowhere for them to go. And then they're like, well, screw it. We're not going. We're going to stay. Well, like in the case of New Orleans, it's a city built under sea level. This is not a place you probably want to stay.
Yeah. You're like in a bowl.
Right. But see, here in Houston, at least, like when you hit the traffic in Houston, it moves slow. There's like 50 million people on the road and they're moving slow. We move at like 20 miles an hour, 30 miles an hour, but it's moving. We hit that traffic in Atlanta a couple of weeks ago, and it was just stop. There was no moving to it. It was just everybody just stopped, and you could just there was nowhere else to go. It wasn't like we were moving slowly. We just weren't. And the alternate route was get off the freeway and go through the city and drive on all the surface streets, because you just had to wait. You had to wait for whoever that idiot was in front to figure out what he was doing with his map, and then move on because somebody stopped, and that was it. It was just, and
don't get off the freeway in Atlanta. Well, I mean, then you'll never air your next series, and I'll never get my comic relief back. Don't do it.
The number of single car accidents.
I can totally carry this show by myself.
The number of single car accidents we saw of people who were like 90 degrees into the guardrails, and there were people 90 degrees into the guardrails, all littered on this trip. We went from Houston to Savannah and back. We went out I-10 and back on 20. The number of just busted cars, blown tires, hoods, lifted hoods, and people who had T-boned into the wall of the freeway was just astonishing. I don't see that shit here in Houston, but we saw just dozens, at least a dozen cars fucked up on the side of the road, and no fewer than 3 who had boom, like just smashed their car into, like, there was no other car around. Single car accident, T-bone into the wall of the, like, how do you do that? Like, and we were in traffic.
They got tired. They got tired of sitting
I
in.
understand if they rear-ended the car in front of them, that makes sense. You're texting or whatever. You're being a dumbass. You rear-end the car in front of you. But these idiots that were in traffic, moving at 3 miles an hour, and you turned your car 90 degrees and ran into the side of the freeway. How? Why? What are you doing?
They're probably trying to turn around.
You know, this is.
They got tired of sitting in traffic, and they're like, "Oh yeah, watch this! I'm gonna get the ambulance to take me out of this crap."
We have a thing here called the Houston exit, and that's literally when you exit like over the median. Like you don't wait for your exit. That's probably what they're trying to do.
Well, see, that makes sense. Because you get hung up on the median, and you're like, okay, I understand what's happening there. But they're just, yeah, I don't know.
That's wild.
Yeah, whatever. I mean, there's some mysteries to life that I don't understand. UFOs, I understand. Like the aerial phenomena, we don't know what it is. I get it. I don't know what that thing is. That I understand. But when I see a car,
that's because you don't ever watch my videos. I told you what it was.
I watch a surprisingly few number of YouTube videos. It's true. Actually, that's a lie. I watch a surprisingly large number.
No, I mean, like all the reports and the videos aside, I still make the argument that the greatest proof of UFOs or extraterrestrial life is that for roughly 1,700 years, our technological advancements were minimal. Then they progressed a little bit over the next 130 years, and then a UFO doesn't crash land in Roswell in 47. By the 50s, everyone has a microwave. By the 80s, everyone has a computer. And by the 2000s, everyone has one in their pocket. Get out of here. Come on. They didn't invent that stuff. They stole it.
I totally believe. I believe.
Joe's like, I've had too many shots to get into this one.
Without getting into the details, space is really fucking big. We're never going to talk to an alien. So, fuck it. Space is really, really, really big. Really big. Really big.
Honestly, though, so here's a fun fact,
really
though.
Big.
We've explored. Hold on. So here's a fun fact, though. We've explored 1/5 of the Earth's oceans.
Yeah.
And they just found a new pod of blue whales in the Indian Ocean, one of the oldest navigated oceans and most navigated oceans on the planet. They're just now finding whales.
Yeah. Only
1/4 of space is visible, and they've only explored 1/4 of that. So that's like
even
a lot of zeros.
Even less than 1/4 of space is visible.
I'm sorry.
Really big.
4%, not 1/4.
Okay,
4% of space.
Right.
And they've only explored 4% of that. So that's like a lot of zeros.
But it's really big.
But that's my point. They're gonna find it. They just haven't found it yet.
No, I don't think they will. I don't think they will. Because it's like really big. Like we've explored like 4% of the ocean or whatever, and space is even bigger than that.
But we don't have to find them. They're gonna find us. That's the thing.
How long did it take us to find an extra pot of blue whales? And we're smaller than that.
I don't know.
Yeah, but they don't have to find us. They just have to find the planet. And I'm sure they have better. If they can find the planet, they have better technology than we do. They can find us.
And we're sending all kinds of trash out in the ocean. All they have to do, the ocean, space. Like they just have to follow the space trash.
Oh my God!
All our breadcrumbs.
That's just not how it works. Because if
so you're saying you're an alien
from Andromeda, which is like 25 million years away or whatever, they're looking down on Earth in their little telescope. They're like, oh look, fucking dinosaurs are on that planet. There's no people on the planet that they're looking at because they're looking at us 25 million years ago, and they're like, look, it's a bunch of fucking trees and dinosaurs. So those people are scary.
But that's if you're looking at time and space as a linear progression, like
it is.
So
yes,
no. So there's a theory. So the wormhole theory has been mathematically proven, but there's another theory that space isn't flat. So it has waves, like if you wrinkled up a sheet or a sheet of paper.
I read that book.
So if the technology, we don't have it, but if someone possessed the technology to manufacture a wormhole that could cut through the distance of that ridge, then what would take us 25,000 light years might take them 25 years. It would all depend how big the ridge is and how straight of a shot they can get.
Two black holes rammed into each other, and they calculated the bump in space-time, and it was like that. It was like that big. It's not possible. I mean, I'm not going to say it's not possible because anything is possible. We don't understand how it could be possible. And
in 1945, if you told people you were going to be sitting here and I was going to be talking to you with a computer in my hand, they just said it wasn't possible.
That's fair.
Thank you.
I accept the probability and the possibility of impossible things becoming possible. But I also recognize that, like, if I stood on the edge of the Pacific Ocean and yelled, people in China would not hear me because I'm like, there is a thing of distance and time and space and gaps, and there's a bunch of empty space. There's just a bunch of fucking empty space. The vastness and emptiness of space is huge.
So, and that's also running under the assumption that UFOs would be coming from extraterrestrial life from another planet. But what if they're coming from another universe? And they can literally tear through the boundaries of the universe. So you're always messing with Lisa about what movie she watched last week. But have you ever seen the documentary on the Skinwalker Ranch?
Skinwalker Ranch. No, I've never seen the Skinwalker. I think
you should watch it. It's pretty good.
I've seen the documentary, but I haven't watched it. I've seen the thing, and
you need to check it out. So weird stuff's been happening on this ranch since like the 1800s. Some dude bought it in the 90s and ran a joint task force experiment research thing with the U.S. government until I don't know the mid 2015s ish, 2010 somewhere, and then some stupid rich dude in a helicopter bought it, and all you ever see him in a helicopter now. But he's got a bunch of scientists out there, and they've charted and tracked and ran all kinds of tests where all kinds of wonky stuff happens, and they can't explain literally any of it. They've got an aerophysicist, an electronics technician, like all these people, and they can prove that it's messing with sometimes every meter they have simultaneously, but they can't prove what it is or why. And so I guess for something, since they've been studying it for the last 40 years, there's a theory that somehow portals open up on this ranch and things can go through them. I don't know about all that, but you should check out the series. Maybe watch less movies. Watch science instead of science fiction.
Here's the thing. When I watch some of that, dude, that's science fiction. When I watch shit like that, it's I'm trying to find a diplomatic way to say that it's nonsense. But I don't know if there's a way to say it. Because I mean they're trying to convince you that there's some supernatural thing going on. And perfect example. There is a quote unquote haunted cemetery here in Humble. People hear voices, people see lights, people, all kinds of shit that they see and say exists in this haunted cemetery in Humble. They say that the movie theater, which was built next to the haunted cemetery, was also haunted. And then the golfing games, the arcade that was built, was also haunted. I've been to those places all the time. It's not fucking haunted. Creepy because, dark, empty movie theaters are creepy because it's a big, dark, empty room. But there's videos on the YouTubes of the haunted cemetery in Humble, and it's just nonsense.
We actually just got sent ghost pictures.
There's a haunted cemetery.
We just got sent ghost pictures of this family we're talking to. Their nephew's missing, and they sent us ghost pictures of him. Literally, the other day. It made my hair stand up.
But see, when you're talking about I've been to those places, they're not haunted. So like your wife, when you first met her, or when you first looked at her, that feeling, right? different people are going to invoke different feelings when you're around them. Fair enough.
My wife had a pretty hot ass. She was
okay, and she invoked that feeling,
and
she invoked that
mine.
feeling, right? And she invoked that feeling in you. Different people have different energy waves. That's proven. Like, can't be argued. So what if different energy waves respond or react differently with these people that are places that may or may not be haunted? Maybe you're just a really boring person and the ghosts don't want to play with
you. Maybe some people have active imaginations and they just invent spirits because they're bored and they hear things in the bushes.
No, that would be me. I'm the really boring person.
I mean, I believe in spirits. There's some good ones out there. But yeah, I mean, no. I mean, people have very active imaginations, and I can't explain this is a great way of explaining things that can't be explained. And there you go. You'd be like, I can't explain that. And like, that's a good explanation. You can't explain it, but that doesn't mean that it's necessarily creepy hocus pocus bullshit. That's, I mean, I'm totally willing to be convinced otherwise if like I ever see a ghost, but yeah. I mean, I'm convinced that people are convinced that they've seen ghosts
right now.
So can you explain how all across the planet, within the same 200 or 300 year time span, how many primitive civilizations were all building pyramids to the same scale that supposedly had no communication between them?
I mean, the first part of that explanation would be they weren't building it in the same time frames. The second part of that would be like mountains look really cool. And it's, kind of a thing that people do. Like you put a pile of rocks on top of itself and then, styled them. That's, I mean, it's not as mystical as we need to give it credit. I mean, people are people. It's not like different species of humans were walking the earth and building pyramids at the same time. We're all the same people. We share a common, synaptical firings of things, and we look at mountains. We go, hey, that's a pretty fucking cool thing. I wonder if I could build that. And they do. They go and build it.
I wish I had my notes. I don't have my notes in front of me. I wish I did, because when you say different synapses of people, so
I mean, the pyramids in Egypt were built at a very different time than the pyramids in the Americas.
Right, but you know how
different time period.
So the Egyptians, well, actually, even the Greeks and the Rome. Well, when they talk about demigods, but the Egyptians, where they talk about the pharaohs are descended from the gods. There's a group of people on the planet that have a slightly different chromosome. I forget what the percentage actually is, but then the rest of the people on the planet, and something like 78% of those people are people in power. The United States government, CEOs, CFOs, the British royal family, but they all have that common gene. Okay. And that's coincidence?
Probably. I mean, how many people who aren't in power gave their genes to be checked out? If it I mean, you're not going to be going to the lady at Costco and being, hey, can I check your chromosomes to see if you have the same genes that the people in power have? They
hold on, fair enough. Actually,
they're like, look, all the people in power, this is what they have in common. But what about all the other billions of people who aren't? That's a lot of blood to take.
Fair enough. And like I said, I don't have my notes in front of me, but I actually did a whole video just on that part too, talking about if you take any small enough snapshot of data, you can support any argument. Exactly. And you're completely right about that.
Statistics,
the thing is, I don't have my notes in front of me. I don't have my notes in front of me, so I don't have the answer. But I'll get the answer. When you come back with your next show, I'll have the answer.
That's fair. And this is one of those cool things about statistics and math and things like that is if you can slice and parse the information in ways that make it tell you what you want it to tell you. And that's not to say necessarily that it's intentionally done, because sometimes it's not done intentionally. You know, you grab a sample and you think it's a fair sample. Like, I'm going to take a sample of all the rulers of the, all the people in power and see what they have in common. And you go, oh wow, check it out. There's this common thing. Okay, but that's known as a sampling bias. Because that would be like
what's a correlation? That doesn't necessarily.
Well, it would be a sampling bias, and then it would lead to inference from that sampling bias. That would be like going to Galveston with just the people along the coast and saying, taking a sample of people and saying, what do you like better, beaches or forests? I mean, chances are they're going to like beaches because they live in Galveston. That's a sampling bias. And it, and then you say, look, most people in America like beaches. Like, well, yeah, because you fucking went to a coastal community and asked them if they like beaches or forests. They don't have forests in Galveston. They're on the Gulf of Mexico. They don't own trees. I mean, maybe some of them prefer to have trees because they don't have them. But
there are some trees in Galveston. I've seen them. In fact, when I first came to Texas, they were trying to cut them down.
Yeah, it's probably fair. Galveston's a weird city.
I think they went extinct with the hurricanes.
Yeah. No, all those oak trees, like, well, no, as 45 comes to an end, it's not a freeway no more, and it like gets into the city road. All those oak trees there in between the oncoming and the right of way traffic. After the hurricanes, they died for like a year and a half, and they were just about to cut them all down, and then all of a sudden they snapped back.
Yep, probably a miracle.
Aliens.
It's probably
salt.
Because they're so close to the bishop's house. He did the little magic water stuff.
What?
Oh, sorry. I dropped some pictures.
Oh, see, you just missed a golden opportunity there, Joe. The answer should have been that's because I went and put some of my whiskey on them.
Well, the bishop's house. It's right there on a 45, or where 45 ends. It turns into whatever that road is, 63rd or something. Yeah,
61st.
See, there it is. See, Lisa knows the facts. Yeah,
she doesn't watch any movies, but
see, she spends her time reading maps.
Right?
I've got a job for you. You want to map?
I'm trying to find aliens. You're watching movies. She's looking for dead bodies, and Lisa's reading maps.
Like I said, I'm the boring one.
And to be completely honest, I firmly believe there's aliens out there because the universe is too big to not happen. I just think it's so big that the likelihood that they actually find us, like the message in a bottle, you throw it in the ocean, the likelihood that you'll find that message in a bottle is so very low. So
I don't know,
low. Even lower if it's in space, because space is so much bigger than the ocean.
The problem is that it's a skewed statistic. So alien reports of UFOs and alien abductions and encounters and such and so forth have spiked so drastically since we started nuclear testing that on one hand, you could make the argument that they're trying to keep tabs on our capabilities. But on the other hand, media has gained so many advancements since we started nuclear testing. How much is it now that you just hear about it more than you would have before? Plus, if you started often like the 1900s or 1910s, if you started spouting off about some stuff flying around in the air, they're probably going to lock you up somewhere. Nowadays, they give you $1 million to go on YouTube and talk about it.
Not even. No. Most people who admit they've seen something get laughed at because they do get on YouTube and talk about it.
Shit, you think they do it for $1 million? They do it for like a Coke.
Yeah, exactly.
I'll buy you a drink. Tell me more about it, you kooky nutburger. But you forgot the third possible option that it could possibly be. And it's like legitimate advanced technology that we don't understand, that there might be some entity trying to keep it quiet, that maybe could possibly be a government testing out secret stuff like, I don't know, stealth bombers that look suspiciously like UFOs with their flat wings and their little bubble in the middle flying in the dark. And those types of UFO sightings went away after we started using stealth bombers to bomb Panama.
Yeah, but the stealth bombers came out. But the stealth bombers came out in the 70s. So if you think about it, and it was made with materials that were pretty much unheard of before the 40s.
Mm-hmm.
So maybe we just reverse engineered that from the UFOs too, and that's why it looks like a UFO.
Of course, couldn't have possibly been technological advancement that humans naturally came across. But yeah, but that was the funniest thing. Like, you know, they had these like cigar-shaped, strange-looking things flying in the sky. It didn't have tail fins. We don't understand what they are. The next thing you know, we're dropping freedom all over the fucking place in Panama, and they're like, "Oh, that's what we saw." Okay, never mind. And then those UFOs vanished. They like stopped seeing them. Like,
no, I believe.
X-Files ruined.
Just so when it happens, I'm gonna be like, I'm on your side. I've been on your side this whole time.
When the alien overlords come to take us, you'll be like, look, here's this video from 2021. See? Well, look at the archives.
We digress so bad. Anybody that's still watching this is like, what is wrong with these people?
It's just the three of us. And it's fine. It's just the three of us. We're in this for the long haul. There was something I wanted to talk about, but I forgot what it was. I'm sure it was important.
Was it aliens?
No, it's something.
Dead people?
Haunted movie theater?
Oh, I sent you the ghost picture on Twitter, by the way.
Oh, cool. But I was gonna, when I got 500 subscribers, I was gonna spend the night in the haunted cemetery with some paranormal investigators, because I don't believe in ghosts. So I was totally gonna go to this haunted cemetery and spend the night in the cemetery, and try to raise money for the cemetery, because it's they're trying to get national landmark status for this cemetery here on the edge of town in Humble.
When you do that, because you're not far from 500 subscribers, when you do that, let me know. I want to come down for that.
Sure. Yeah. It's a cool cemetery. It has a cool backstory. So what the story was with the cemetery is it had originally been inside of Humble city limits, or the people in the cemetery had originally been inside of Humble city limits. And due to our glorious history of proper governance here in the South, the city fathers said, we are going to have a lily white Humble. So if you're not white, you have to leave. And that includes you dead folks. So get the fuck out. So one of the parcels of land that was owned by one of the city fathers, they donated it just outside of town for a new cemetery. So they dug people up, moved them out into this new cemetery. And then they built 1960 FM 1960 bypass that went around the city. It just so happened to go over where this new cemetery plot was, and they moved the people again, slightly further north, about 100 yards.
That might explain why people keep dumping bodies on 1960. Actually, I'm gonna run that by Cece.
I can't imagine why these people would be upset and like
why their spirits would be unsettled. So that the first time I knew that, well, I had heard stories about this cemetery, and then it popped up in the news again in the late 90s because some douchebag kids found a skull and turned it into a bong. True story. Fucking high schoolers.
Hey, I was in high school in the 90s.
Yeah. I mean, a lot of us were.
No comment.
But that, and now there's a local church that's kind of cleaned up the land, cleaned up the area. It now has a name. It's called the Pipe Yard Cemetery, and they're trying to get national landmark status for this cemetery because it's a historic cemetery, or at least it has a claim to history for the area, and it has some veterans going back World War I, old graves going back to the 1800s. It's a neat little place, and it's a very attractive piece of land, well kept, very nice. I used to work in the cemetery and funeral home business, as in on the banking side of the cemetery and funeral home business, and I used to travel and visit with cemeteries a lot. This is one of the cooler ones that I've ever seen, simply because it has that cool story. Most of the ones that I go to, they're like 200-year-old cemeteries, and they're really cool, and they're old, and they're huge, and they have the monuments and stuff like that. They're peaceful and lovely places. They're great places to go to. But this is one that had one of the coolest the coolest stories that I'd heard. But man, people are really, really picky about what kind of people that they're buried next to. For years and years and years and years. I mean, you could look at old cemetery charters that are like, no Jews allowed in this fucking cemetery. We're going to be buried with real proper people that aren't going to have their damn Jewish gods next to our dead corpses. You're like, Jesus Christ, carry your racism all the way into the fucking grave, man. God.
Yeah, the cemetery that
black or white. God, fucking.
The cemetery where George Floyd is, it's in Pearland, and that one was a historically black cemetery. So Pearland has two. They have a white person one and a black person.
Yeah, and they forget like normal, like everyday normal people who don't think about cemeteries on a regular basis.
Yeah,
for the same reason they have like historically black colleges. They're like, oh, good, they have black colleges, and like the reason they have it is because you couldn't fucking bury black people in white cemeteries.
Exactly.
Like they didn't want black people in dead. They didn't want dead black people next to dead white people. How fucking racist do you have to be like, even when I'm dead, I don't want those assholes near me? Like, you fucking piece of shit.
Yeah.
But, whatever. We don't do that anymore. It's against the law.
Like, you pay extra, I'm sure. There's a way.
I guess that's a good thing. We don't do it anymore.
There's a lady
do it.
There's a lady, her son is buried in Glenmont, like in Houston, downtown, close to. And she had put up, I mean, she has like literally like 10 security cameras on her son's monument thing to keep people away from it. But it's like, I don't know how to explain it. It's like a mini house, but yet
like a little mausoleum.
Yeah, but she doesn't want anyone to go near it. So she has like security cameras all right there. It's insane.
Did you know that in the historic Hollywood Cemetery here in Houston, over there on I-45 or Main Street and I-45, just north of downtown, there is allegedly a vampire's grave.
There's a what?
A vampire grave at the historic Hollywood Cemetery north of downtown Houston.
Oh, really? We're about to have to go there, actually. I have Jesus, my cat. We have to go there. We have a case coming up where he's buried over there. So we always go to the plots before we, cover the case. So I'm going to have to check it out. Sure.
Let me look and see. I'm sure I can find it on the Googles. Houston. There's a lot of historic Hollywood cemeteries around the country, so you got to be specific. Just like Evergreen Cemetery, Forest Lawn Cemetery. There's like standard cemetery names all over the fucking place.
Yeah,
it's kind of annoying.
Yeah, there's and then there's like the old part, and then they'll build a new part with the same name. You have to figure out like what section you're supposed to be in.
I heard a boop. Oh, No Limits dropped out. Came back. Come on now. There you are.
Hey, so I just I tried to minimize it, but it didn't let me apparently. I just messaged you 2 pictures. One is the flag that Lisa was talking about. If you want to send that to her, or that she was asking about, if you want to send that to her, it's the one that I want to put that logo on, so you can put that behind your head. And 2 is proof of aliens right there. I don't know if you can like put it up on any of these screens, but between me and all the people I've sent that picture to, we've got some 70 years experience fishing saltwater and probably 60 fishing the Gulf, and none of us have seen a fish like that ever.
Where'd you send the message to?
To your messenger, the Old Humble Distillery messenger.
Okay, it'll show up in a minute then.
Cool. Caught that right there on Bolivar, right across the bay from Galveston.
Cool. All right. As soon as it pops up, as soon as I see it, because it hasn't shown up yet, but it will. Dig it. All right. Proof of aliens. That's always like almost. You dug it out of the ocean. There's weird shit in the ocean.
Like, it's not really proof of aliens. I was just messing with you about that. When I was looking for the picture. When I was looking for the picture of the flag, I just happened to see the picture of that fish, and I was like, yeah, aliens.
Now, let me show you this. This is something I got earlier in the pandemic. I got, y'all can hear me, but I can't hear you. I picked up this beauty that is going in the distillery. Yeah. So there you go. This was, it had been behind my head back here, but it also fell down so many times I needed to pick it up and move it to the distillery. I just haven't moved it to the distillery yet.
It fell down because you kept talking crap about those ghosts. They were trying to tell you something.
Well, no, I didn't have it on the wall. I had it on the table here. Right, it was ghosts. But yeah, it kept falling down. It kept knocking over my X-wing up there too, so I had to move it. But yeah, that's going into the shop as soon as I have walls to hang it on. So there you go. Murder City bounced out for a second. She'll be back in a minute, I'm sure. I lost my. I'm sure I had something like a train of thought at some point that got completely sidetracked by aliens, as aliens tend to do. I don't know.
See,
sure it'll come back.
only a UFO tractor beam could take a train off of the tracks. Like trains are heavy.
Yeah, see, it's things like that. Statements like that are what you should be skeptical of. Only like no, there's a lot of things that can do that.
No, I did. So when you get bored, go check it out. I was halfway mocking them and halfway not mocking them. So like somewhere in my YouTube stream, there's a video. The thumbnail is like me in a tinfoil hat.
I wanted to do a tinfoil hat episode, but I could never justify using that much tinfoil. Because I mean, we use tinfoil for like normal stuff.
It doesn't take that much.
We use it a lot for like normal cooking. I mean, that's what.
But it's really hard to wrap around your head, like to actually wrap it around your head. But one of my viewers actually suggested, just wrap it around a bowl, like a big bowl, and then slide it off the bowl and just put it on your head, and it works perfect.
Well,
it blocks it out so the government can't track your brain waves.
Yeah, to tell you, they'd track it for about 5 minutes. They'd be all like, "Yikes, this is some weird shit." Hey, Mike, come on, check this shit out.
I will say, talking about weird stuff though. So
meanwhile, all the terrorists would be like coming in over there because like they'll be like, "Dude, this dude's fucked up."
So, but I will say, talking about weird stuff though. So
only an alien could have brain waves like this. I think we found one.
No, so
Sorry,
a buddy of mine in Florida, him and I were doing kind of what we're doing here, but I don't have the software. So we were running it through Skype, and I was running a screen recorder on the laptop, and we covered everything from aliens to government conspiracies to just all kinds of random crap, right? And then the next morning, so I had like 3.5 hours of raw footage. I was going to cut into like 10 videos. And the next morning, when I got ready to edit it, my laptop crashed and I lost every bit of it. And it's the only time that has ever happened. All you have to do is just start saying crazy stuff about the government, and they'll like crash your laptop before you can post it.
Well, there you go.
Probably not, but it was one hell of a coincidence that it's the only time that's ever happened.
Yeah, that sounds perfectly reasonable. Yeah, I see that totally. Historic Hollywood Cemetery has Lawrence Shipley Sr., the founder of Shipley Donuts. So, but he's not the vampire.
Are you sure? But how do you know?
Pretty sure.
What I missed? My bad. My kid was spilling cereal everywhere.
The founder of Shipley's Donuts was a vampire.
I know that the founder of Shipley Donuts was not a vampire because vampires don't exist in real life. So I do know that.
It's debatable. I'm just kidding.
Things that are debatable are like, whether or not blue is a pretty color. That's debatable.
I don't know, but
like you can debate whether or not blue is pretty.
Have you seen True Blood? Have you seen it?
You can't debate whether or not vampires exist.
I don't know, but I'm not gonna lie. Like, I need to figure out how y'all are doing this remote thing because I like this girl. I totally want to put her in some videos. Like, we can do some stuff with this.
StreamYard.com is the it's a website. It's web based. You just go to StreamYard.com and it's all there. You can get a subscription for a higher level to be able to do stuff like stream to multiple channels. Like right now, I'm going to Twitch and YouTube. You can go to up to 3 on a basic subscription, 5 or 6 on the next level up. I was using Restream earlier in the iterations of this, which is a same type of thing. It's a website where you stream out to Restream and it sends it out to multiple sites. But StreamYard's a good one. It's a good one. I like StreamYard. It seems more stable because it goes through Chrome, and you're not going through your other software. Because what I had been doing was using OBS. I was using OBS as as my like recording studio, and then it would send onto the. You could tell OBS to send it out to one channel at a time. So OBS would send it out to YouTube or send it out to Twitch or send it out to wherever. But Restream was a service that you could send your OBS feed to Restream, and then Restream would send it out to multiple places. But it was using too much of my CPU, and I was getting kind of dodgy, crappy video feeds. So I switched over to StreamYard, which gave me a better, more stable thing. I don't have as many features. I can't like fade to black and fade back out and use music and overlays and stuff like that. But yeah, I'm not good enough to worry about that shit. I don't need to be fancy. So there you go. That's what I use. StreamYard, StreamYard.com if you want to go find it.
And you're on Instagram, Murder City Podcast?
Yeah, it's just Murder City Pod. We're on all the things. Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook is, I don't remember. I try to stay off of Facebook, to be honest.
Yeah, you're on Facebook.
Huh?
You're on Facebook.
Yeah, we are. I just don't remember like how do you get to the thing. I think you just have to look up the name of the podcast.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I such a cesspool of shit on Facebook, so
It is true. That is what it is.
But we actually we try to I was kind of iffy about even joining on here because we try to stay anonymous. So y'all didn't see me here. This is all
You're totally Aubrey Plaza. You look just like
Yes, thank you. That's what I'm saying. Yeah, we don't show our faces on anything. Like if we do meetups, we don't take pictures with anybody. Like because it's not. We try to stay focused on who we're talking about. We don't, like.
I got you. That makes sense. The story's the story, not the story givers.
Yeah, because a lot of the true crime podcasters think they're like rock stars, and so it turns into more like.
My pet peeve is true crime podcasters who are like, this is how they had the story wrong. And then they go back through and they try to reconnect all the dots that were there in the news articles and all the shit. And you're like,
I
y'all
forgot.
are trying to solve a mystery that doesn't exist. Like he killed his fucking wife. There's nobody else. He admitted it. He's in jail. There's nobody else there. What are you doing?
Yeah, we don't do that at all.
Like story out of nothing.
If it's a solved case, we don't do that really at all. We just tell the story. Now, if it's unsolved, we do finish off with like our own theories,
Right.
But,
which is reasonable.
We'll never make it seem like we know for sure because that's just ridiculous.
I was listening a few weeks ago. There was another podcast I was listening to that had it was an episode that was the Signal Mountain murders in Tennessee. Couple of dudes on ATVs trespassed, guy kills them. They're silent for it's an unsolved mystery for 20 something years. And then finally the dude's girlfriend got pissed at the dude's wife. But the wife was reciprocally pissed or whatever. So she went to the cops. The wife went to the cops and the dude and his girlfriend, blah, 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 all that shit. When we were on our road trip heading back from Savannah, we went to this little town outside of Chattanooga, and we go up in the mountain. I'm like, wait a minute, where are we at? I look at the sign. We're on Signal Mountain. I'm like, oh, dude, there was a murder here. Let me tell you the detail. And I told my wife about the story about the dude who was trespassing, and he was like kind of chip of a tooth on the ATV because he got his face blown off on the ATV. And it was like, this is where it was at. It was like somewhere around here. She's like, I don't want to hang out here anymore.
No, you see, I love it. Like that feeling you get, me and Cece get every day because there's been so many fucking murders here. No matter where you go, you're like,
Oh yeah.
Some guy died there. So like we go like we try to go to every case. We'll go like at least drive by, you know.
Yeah, the site. Yeah,
And
go see what it is.
some of them are way more creepier than others. Like our first episodes we did were in 1979, like 3 people got beheaded and they're all unsolved. And we went to the apartment of the first incident. And like when I tell you, if you don't believe in ghosts, that's fine. But if you go here and you know what happened, like if your hair doesn't stand up, you have no soul because that shit is creepy. Like it is so, oh my God. Like some of them are way worse than others. But we are like, no matter what we do, all the time, we're like, someone died there. Someone died there. Like,
well, you remember the story about Jennifer Ertman and
yes,
Elizabeth Pena? I used to run on the White Oak Bayou path past their that site, past the little memorial site, like
where they have the bench.
Yeah, and it was. We moved into the neighborhood we moved into, and I go running on the path, the bike path, the running path, and I see the little monument over there. And this is, God, this was late '90s, early 2000s, I think at the time. No, it was early 2000s at the time. And I'm running past the little monument, and one day I finally I stop my run. I go over and check it out. I'm like, oh, because like the story is notorious. Y'all know the story of Jennifer Ertman.
Yeah, it's bad. We've debated on that.
It was a gang murder of 2 little girls who were wrong place, just wrong fucking place.
It's really awful.
They were like just mutilated, but those guys are dead now.
Well, I think one is still in prison.
Is he in life prison still? Yeah,
I think there is one that still made it, but
because there was a whole story about the one that was the Mexican national that they executed without consulting the consulate or whatever because he was a citizen. He got the needle, but
that one's bad. We've actually there's some that are kind of like, I mean, we've covered a girl getting cut up and barbecued on the front porch, but there's some that are like, I don't know if we can touch it. And that's one of them where we're like, maybe we'll wait.
It was you.
On the front porch? Who does that on the front porch?
Yes, he borrowed his
backyard.
Not only that, he borrowed his neighbor's grill because his wasn't big enough. So he borrowed his neighbor's grill. And then on top of that, the neighbors call because the shit does not smell like food. The fire department up there goes to the apartment and sees meat floating in the tub. And they're just like, oh, I guess he's just defrosting barbecue. And they leave.
Like, honestly, the most fucked up part about that is he borrowed his neighbor's grill.
That's what I'm saying.
I mean, if you're going to be a disgusting cannibal, at least use your own tools. I mean, Jesus Christ.
Yeah, we talked about, would you accept the grill back? Like, would you take it back? And I think it's an overall consensus that no.
Good. No.
How nice of a grill are we talking about?
No, just like a little Weber, like a not even probably.
Oh, no.
Well, if it's a really nice grill, you're not loaning that thing out.
That's true, yeah.
You know, if it's one of those $300, $500, $1,000 smokers, and he's like, "Hey, can I borrow your grill? I got this thing I want to cook." You're like, "No."
Yeah.
I'm not giving you my $300 grill. I don't know you. You're my neighbor. Screw you. Get your own fucking grill.
Yeah, that one was pretty bad. I think that was like episode 7.
It was you guys though. So like I was sitting here trying to remember when she was saying, murder podcast, I was like, somebody was just complaining about murder podcast. Who was it? But it was y'all. He had a whole rant wheel just on you.
No, it wasn't true. It was the true crime documentaries that do the whole like reconstructed from like non-source data and then try to figure out who really did the crime.
Yeah.
Those are
like the John Bonet crap. Oh my God.
Yeah. The John Bonet true crime bullshit. They're like, oh, and this is what the data, and but there was a gardener, and what do we know about the gardener? Like, quit trying to ruin that motherfucker's life. All he wants to do is garden. Like, stop it.
I don't know if that's true, but
I mean, garden and molest little girls, but we don't know that he molested that one. Like, he's got a whole like a whole city full of. Like, you don't know that he killed her. Like the dad did it. We all know this.
The brother did it.
Yeah, actually, I do. I think the brother did it.
The little boy did it, and then the dad covered it up.
That whole shit's just fucked up. Little girl baby pageants is just weird. I find that to be off-putting and gross on so many levels. And who has a rooster? Who has a fucking rooster? Or am I the only person hearing a rooster in the background?
No, I heard it.
No, I heard something. And ordinarily, I would probably say that's me, but right now I'm in the house, so it's not.
All right, so there's 3 of us denying a rooster.
Oh no, that's probably my kid. That's why I didn't respond, because I'm like, I don't know if
that's me. Shh, don't tell anybody. Maybe they'll let it go.
Oh shit, I didn't even think about it, but yeah, that's probably her. But...
Oh, good God.
No, screw a rooster.
It's also something that's not uncommon to hear in Houston is somebody.
No.
Screw a rooster. I'm still trying to figure out where I can get a pig this late at night so the purple haired chick will shoot a video with me.
I do not want to screw a rooster. Thank you, though.
What? No.
Anywho, where can you find a pig this late at night?
No.
She said she wanted to do a video with a naked guy and a pig. I got to go find a pig. I've got the cameras. I need a pig.
I just figured it was Zach Galifianakis. That would be a naked guy who is also a pig. I thought that was a funny joke. It just didn't land. Nobody got it. Whatever.
I got it. It just
I'm
wasn't
funny. Screw everybody else. I don't care. I don't know myself.
My rooster's distracting me. I'm sorry.
She said she finds that thing distracting.
Dude, this is usually where I would say the very off-color joke just to mess with Lisa, but I won't. I'll behave myself.
I pseudo said it. I just cleaned it up
a little bit. You danced around the edges, but you did not actually say it. You implied, you inferred about the elephant in the room, or the elephant's trunk in the room. Stop it, Brita. God, man, and embarrass the whole family.
You're not going to repost this part of the live stream, right?
Oh, we're live right now.
Oh, I know you're live. I know you're live, but I know you're live, but nobody's in here. But after you're not live anymore, you usually repost stuff. You're not going to repost all this crap.
I may go back in and trim off the after show, end it after we put up the panel, and I may go in and do some post editing. We'll see, because here's the thing: when you see a 4-hour live stream show up in your whatever menu of YouTube bullshit that people offer, that the algorithm offers up, 4.5 hours or 4 hours is just intimidating. You're like, I don't want to do that.
You should do it in 2 videos.
An hour and a half is fine.
You should do it in 2 videos. Do the original live stream.
That's what I usually do with the after show when we
do.
Yeah. Yeah,
but you can get people to watch.
That's what I usually do. I'll trim out the after show portion. Yeah, I can do that, and maybe I'll do that. I don't know.
And then repost the after
how much
show
effort I want to put into it.
And then repost the after show portion. People will watch it. You just got to come up with an interesting enough thumbnail.
Maybe,
I don't know, aliens and roosters are among us or something. She found that rooster distracting.
I've heard that. If I had a quarter for every time I heard that, I'd have a quarter.
You'd have a quarter?
My friend, I find your rooster distracting. I'm like, yes, most people do. That's why I leave it on the dashboard of my car. The confusing nature of that sentence is amusing to me.
Lisa's looking like she thinks we all need some help.
We probably do. The Butthole Surfers have a song called Detachable Penis. And there's a point to this. Bear with me. One of the lines in that song is that it is something about it's good to have it, but sometimes it's a pain in the ass. Like I forget where I leave it and it's a pain in the ass or something to that effect, which is what, leaving it on my dashboard made me think about. Like, you have your rooster, you leave it on the dashboard. If you leave your rooster laying on the seat, sometimes it can be a pain in the ass if you don't pay attention to where you sit. Because that's how all that shit tied together in my brain. See, sometimes things are unexplainable, but that doesn't mean it's aliens. It just means they're just not explainable.
So there's this band in Austin. I don't even remember the name of the band now.
Could you hear Lisa's eyes rolling?
I could. I could.
So there's a band in Austin.
There's a band in Austin. I don't even remember the name now. But so I'm
where are
driving
you
down
located at, by the way? Where are you located?
I am in Corrigan now. I met you in San Antonio.
So Corrigan, yeah, that's right. You met me in San Antonio. You're in Corrigan, which is outside of Dallas. No, Corrigan. Texas,
no.
Corrigan.
Kind of in between Lufkin and Livingston.
Oh, okay. That's up 59. That's right. We go through Corrigan on our way up to Louisiana. Okay.
So, there's a band in Austin. I don't remember the name of the band, but one day I'm driving around, and my old boss sent me a link on Messenger, and I'm driving. But I'm streaming Bluetooth across my radio, so I click it, and my phone's sitting on the armrest. And my girl was in the passenger seat. She's watching my phone, like watching the video as we're listening to lyrics. The title of this song is "Can You Quack Like a Duck When You Fuck?" And it's literally this grown man in a Speedo singing things that make absolutely no sense while like shaking his junk on this like biker dude in the video. Fortunately, I was driving, so I wasn't subjected to watching the video. But my girl, my girl takes my phone away and messages my boss, "Thank you so much for that. Things I can never unsee." To which my boss responds, "If you pay them $200, they will come to your party." And it's like $300 if you're outside of San Antonio or something. But it kind of goes back to your thing with the kangaroo. My question is, why does he know this?
All right. So the song is can you quack like a duck when you fuck? And
yes.
It only costs $300 to have them come to your party.
That's what he said.
Okay.
Google, can you quack like a duck when you
have
fuck?
A grand opening is what I'm saying.
Okay. Well, I'm going to tell you this. Don't do what you did with my video because, I'm relatively trustworthy. Definitely check these guys out on YouTube before you get them to come to a concert. Don't just blindly post their shit, please.
Fine. If he eats the fucking whiskey, we'll post a video. I don't care. What's the worst that could happen? Like I'll shit on him for 30 minutes. It's fine. Whatever. Like this dumbass doesn't like good things. Fuck him. I don't care. Some people just don't like good things. There's like people.
I don't think your legal advisor thinks we're good influences on each other.
No, I'm glad I'm here.
Yeah, because
I'm not even gonna lie though, it was uncanny. So I met you in San Antonio, and I sent you that video, and we started talking or whatever, and then you had said something about your live stream. So I came to check out your live stream, and then so like I've always said that I'm gonna stay 21 for life. I'm never growing up, and the whole "you're not the boss of me" thing, and all of that. Well, I'm notorious for saying all of those things, and you're saying all these things to Lisa, and it's just like kindred spirit type shit. But the one that got me was, so we were at a man camp in South Texas 2 years ago last Easter.
Okay.
And a buddy of mine was coming back from Oklahoma. He was coming back from Wyoming, but he stopped in Oklahoma, got like $3,000 worth of fireworks.
Hang on. when you say man camp, you mean like one of these like work camps for like oil field workers, or
Yeah, so we were rig
things,
movers.
like a temporary housing complex.
Yes, sir.
Man camp,
So
or like a men's retreat, or like
no, it was so we
men's retreat.
So we were rig movers, okay?
Okay.
So at our yard, we had like all the trucks, and then we had like 3 houses with like bunk houses.
I got you. Okay.
So
because I've heard the term used in different contexts. Like oil field workers have man camps because, like, you know, it's like temporary housing that was put up around the oil field where they just stay because they're there for 2 months or whatever, and it's like a man camp because it's all men and it's just referred to as a man camp. There's also like men's retreats that they call man camps, and then there's also the you know, gay stuff. But I mean, you know, whatever you're into.
I don't think that he sits around a campfire with a bunch of guys singing "Kumbaya."
Well, it could be.
No, hold on, no, because I have been known to sit around a campfire with a bunch of guys blaring Kid Rock and drinking whiskey. So it's it's relative.
I can totally
But this
see.
particular man camp you're speaking of was like temporary
Particular
housing.
man camp I'm speaking of is we like slept there for like maybe 6 hours a night when we were working, because we were working like 18 hours a day.
Yeah.
But we didn't have anything to do.
One room out to like 8 guys because they're only there for like 3 hours, and you can fit 8 guys in one room for 3 hours.
Pretty much.
If you space it out over the day. Yeah, I get that.
So we had been off for like 3 days, which was weird. And at least at that time it was weird. And my girlfriend had came down, and the dude, a buddy of ours, that came from Wyoming. He actually hadn't even started with this company yet, but he's come back from Wyoming. And when he came through Oklahoma, he got like $3,000 worth of fireworks. To which earlier that day, before I knew he was coming back, I had decided, screw this shit, I'm going to have a party. And I went and got a bunch of meat and a bunch of liquor, and we built a bonfire in the middle of the yard. Now, remember, I said, this is our yard. So we've got 2 cranes, 10 winch trucks, 2 pole trucks, a tandem, basically like $8 million worth of equipment, probably more like $4 million worth of equipment scattered around this yard. I took one of the old blown tires, or one of the bent rims from an old blown tire, put it in the exact middle of the yard, and built a bonfire, and proceeded to get everybody shit-faced drunk. Yeah. Well, as this day goes on, Jeremy shows up with a bunch of fireworks, and I get bored. So I lit a firecracker and stuck it in his pocket when I walked by him, and it went off, and he got mad at me. So he started shooting bottle rockets at me, but he aims bad. So I started shooting bottle rockets back at him, and I hit him, and he got mad. So he started shooting mortars at me. Well, somehow this progressed.
I can't imagine. $4 million worth of equipment, a bonfire, liquor, and fireworks. I can't imagine how this would escalate.
Well, so somehow this progressed to, we put a mortar in a Yeti cup under a hard hat and blew a giant hole in the middle of the yard. But like, as I was telling my swamper how to do it, because I didn't want any part of it, I told Sean, I was like, this is what you got to do. And then once you light this fuse, you get away from it. And I was like, but I didn't tell you this. I was never here. I had no part of this, because I already knew I was going to get blamed for it anyway.
I was never here. Let me go tend the fire and give you some more booze.
So Jeremy and my girl both look at me, and I go, this is a really bad idea. And Jeremy's like, I don't think I've ever heard you say something's a bad idea before. And I was like, that's because when I say it's a bad idea, it is a really, really bad idea. And when you said that to Lisa, when you're talking about your wife, you're like, but you can't be on that fence, because if I have to say it's a bad idea, then it's a really bad idea. My girl heard you say that, and she about fell off the porch, bro.
Yeah. And I don't even remember what that terrible idea, because that was the thing that I was talking to my wife about.
Sparklers for birthday candles.
That's it. Yeah, it was the sparklers for the birthday candles. And I come up with that dumb idea, and she's like, yeah, let's do that. I'm like, no. You're supposed to tell me not to do stupid
somewhere
shit like that.
Her and I had a falling out, and she's not talking to me right now, but I need to make nice with her at least for a minute. I need her to send me that video. Somewhere there's a video of one of the last things we did, and it was, so you can hear like as we're setting it up, you hear like, and the first time we did this, and the last time we did this, and you hear me, we are all looking for a job in the morning. And you hear my girlfriend, I don't work here. And Jeremy's like, I haven't been hired yet. And I'm like, well, thanks. Apparently only I am looking for a job in the morning. And they light the fuse, and you know, like that initial charge that like shoots the mortar up in the air. Well, the first time before we put it in the Yeti cup, when that charge went off, it flipped the hard hat off the mortar, and there was just enough light. I saw the hard hat flip, and you hear me in the video go, "Uh-oh." And by that time, the whole yard just explodes into bright ass mortar sparks.
Nice. I never thought about putting a mortar underneath something.
If you're going to, you either need to put it under something heavy or you need to put it in a Yeti cup first, because otherwise it blows the hard hat off. And and then whenever it explodes, it's basically a mortar exploding at ground level, and it's not fun. It tries to blow up the windshield.
Like the mortar has like one of those long fuses. What would happen if you lit the fuse and just like chucked it?
Joe.
I like this guy. So I'm gonna be in San Marcos for 4th.
I want to chuck it up. I don't want to chuck it at somebody. That would be irresponsible.
I'm gonna be in San Marcos for 4th of July. Grab some orders and come over. We'll check it out.
We check out the San Marcos specs while you're there.
The specs? What do you mean?
The specs in San Marcos.
Oh, the store?
Yeah. Because we are the official whiskey of campfires, bonfires, good stories, and better friends.
Yeah, I can't drink this weekend.
And what could possibly go wrong if you add whiskey to fireworks?
The problem is not whiskey and fireworks. It's oil field busted, and before I could get my woodworking stuff really kicked off, I ran out of savings, and then I don't know. I've been dabbling in some other different stuff, but I need more capital to get this woodworking stuff kicked off. So there's a place in Austin that does medical studies, and for like a 31-day or 38-day study of like this anti-nausea patch, they're paying like $9,000. So my intention is to go do this study, but I have to go to a pre-screening on Monday, and I'm not allowed to drink for 72 hours before it. So I'm sad. Or no, it's on Tuesday, but yeah, I'm still sad.
I see. $9,000 for a month?
Yeah, but you gotta stay there for all of those nights.
Oh, you gotta be there.
Mm-hmm.
For a month?
Mm-hmm.
Well, I mean, it's not like I'm doing a show.
That's gonna be my problem. Hey, you might have to do my show for a month.
All right, I can do it. Murder City dropped out. She went dormant there for a second. She may be back. I don't know. But I think it's coming close to time to wrap this up. It's 12:30, and I need to be at a place in the morning.
Really?
Yeah.
Where's that?
Oh, I need to be at the distillery. We got a camera crew coming to do a story. A really cool camera crew, like one from a local television station. So I'm kind of excited about that. But I don't know when it's going to air. I don't know when the story's going to come out. I just want to. I just need to shower and show up at the right place so that afterwards I can shave. I'm so looking forward to shaving. God, it's going to be awesome.
Go get some sleep, man.
At least 15, 20 years off by getting this pelt off my face. Man. You know, it's been since October 2019 since I've shaved 2 days in a row. At least
I don't think
I've shaved 2019 since I've shaved 2 days in a row. Golly.
I don't think I've shaved 2 days in a row since I got out of the Navy in 2009.
Yeah. I mean,
but that's mostly just because I got tired of them telling me to shave every day in the Navy. So ever since then, I just refuse.
Yeah. I mean, there was a time where I shaved every morning, and then it was like I didn't a couple of times. And like, I kind of like the scruffy look, and then like I'd shave it off. And a few weeks later, I'd be like, I'll let it go a couple of days, and then I'd let it go a couple of days. Like, I kind of like the scruffy look, and I keep it around. And then it turned into this. At the beginning of the pandemic, I think I didn't shave from Let's see. We went on the road at the beginning of March, and I didn't shave until Memorial Day. And it was just this unruly, just mess of a, just, yeah. Ugh. But sucks for her. She has to stick around. She has papers. She can't leave me because I won't shave.
I think it works like that.
I think it does. Yeah. That's.
I mean, you also think they're gonna let you fight a kangaroo with a what's the hat called?
A fedora.
Yeah, you also think they're gonna let you fight a kangaroo with a fedora and a vest on.
I have a membership. They can't stop me. I mean, the membership has benefits. And they just sit there. They're all yoked, and they're just like we can do whatever we want.
I mean, I have heard the expression,
do whatever you want, you jackass. Put down that beer and get over here and fight me. And
I have heard the expression before that membership has benefits, but I think they were talking about fans only members, not zoo members. Lisa almost choked on her cookie on that one.
Just show up at the aquarium, flash the membership badge. I'm allowed to be here, and just walk into like the employees only zone. Whatever. Fun story. Here's a fun one. Check it out. When I told you about the Student Video Network at the University of Houston, when I was a student, 1 year we do this festival every year called the Frontier Fiesta. It used to be like the biggest party at a university anywhere in the States. It made it to the front page of Variety magazine or some shit like that. It's its own little city for the period of time that the festival is going on. So it's like this 4-week thing that happens at the university. It's a big deal, and it's been a big deal since like the 40s. So when I was in school, they bring the thing back. It was gone for a few years. They bring the thing back, and I sit down with my news team at the Student Video Network. I'm like, how can we get into this thing and like get access? You think if we just print up press passes, we could just like get backstage access to all the shit? And like Robert O'Kane was playing that year, and some other bands, and of course this was also back in the time where they handed out free samples of Copenhagen at events. But I digress. So what I did is I printed out like 6 passes that it just said press, Student Video Network, news. And it was just like on this piece of paper, and we laminated it and we put it on a lanyard, like put it in one of those little lanyard things. I spent all of maybe $20 on this stuff, and for 6 of us, and we had complete and total access. We got free food. We got backstage to Robert Earl fucking Keane. We got drinks all night long. We got like free at every booth, everywhere, every show, every booth, all night long, just because we printed out on a piece of copy paper, press, Student Video Network, news, and then our name down at the bottom. That was it. And that's how easy it is. I wonder if it would work on like real events like Super Bowl and shit like that, where you just like print out the credentials and you're like, I'm supposed to be here. And you just like walk in. Like who's
I doubt it.
Says that with authority, right? You just show up with authority, like I'm supposed to be here. So anyway, so that's how I'm going to fight the kangaroo. I'm just going to show up with the robe.
I miss those days though. You were talking about
supposed to be here. That's it.
You were talking about the free samples of Copenhagen. I miss those days. And they used to, Marlboro and Camel would like take turns, right? So if you showed up at an event and you would give them the pack of cigarettes in your pocket, they would trade you like whatever you had left in your pack for like 3 packs of theirs. So you always just carried around a pack of cigarettes with 1 cigarette in it, and 1 cigarette would turn into 3 packs by the time you left the concert.
Yep.
They don't do that shit no more.
If you were smart, you never smoked those last 2 smokes.
Yeah, they don't do that stuff no more.
No, they don't do that at all. You can't get free cigarettes. God, unless you're in prison and you do stuff. But then that's not free.
So how did you get, I don't want to keep you up too late. You got to go, but how did you get set up with Specs? Because I'm trying to figure out a way to get into stores with these flags, and there were a couple in Kerrville that I was kind of working with, and then I came back east, so now I'm kind of screwed on that front.
I mean, it's just hustle. You know, I worked with my distributor. My distributor got a meeting. I showed up, and I'm like, I'm here for it. I'm motivated to sell the whiskey. That was it. You know, you meet the guys and you tell them what you're going to do and how you're going to do it. The liquor side and the retail side are probably two different departments. So they're two different people. I know the tobacco side and the liquor side are two different people too. So that's how I did it. I personally, a lot of the sales that we do, a lot of the operations that we do, it's me. I show up, I knock on doors, I sit down at the table, I pour samples, and I'm like, this is what we're all about. You know, that's it. It's not. There's no magic formula. There's no easy routes. I mean, some people. I mean, there have been stores that just weren't interested. I mean, hell, there's a fucking store here in Humble. Like, I would like you to carry my whiskey. Here's a sample. He's like, nobody's asked for it, because you don't have it. He's like, well, nobody's asked for it. If anybody asks for it, then I'll carry it. I'm like, all right, fine, fuck you. We won't be in your store. And when we're nationwide, I will give my distributor specific instructions, not be at your store. Good luck. Bye. But he doesn't care. He's got Jack and Jim and all the other shit that he sells bucket loads of, and that's fine. He's fine. And that's his model. That's his store. That's fine. I don't need to be in a low volume store. So some stores work, some stores don't, and it's just how it is. You find the right retail partner, and you find the place that works, and you spend the resources to, and by resources I mean it could be time and energy. I mean, hell, for stuff like what you're doing, you could do farmers markets, you could do a booth in your truck on the side of the road. You know, spend $100, get one of those canopies, set up shop at a Exxon or Texaco on the side of the road at a corner at a busy intersection, just like they do with flowers and fruits and whatnot.
Okay, you're paying attention when I told you I was in Corrigan. No, I'm just playing. 59 is pretty busy. Everything else out here, there's nothing out here.
Yeah, I know there's not a whole lot out there, but I mean, Corrigan's got some local shops. I mean, hell, Bucky's would carry your wood burner.
Well, see, and that was why I asked about specs, because and like I said, and there were a couple places that I was talking to there in Kerrville, and I was close with one of them, but seems like chains, they can't deal with you on like an individual basis. Like they got to go through their corporate distributor type people, and I have no absolute clue how I would get a hold of like corporate Bucky's. Like I was mostly trying to deal with like mom and pop places, like where I could talk to the manager or the owner kind of face to face and kind of let them know what I was about. I don't know how to get a hold of like big retail places and all that.
If I were in that position, what I would do is I would find a store, talk to the store manager, find out who to talk to, and then just work your way up the chain. I was able to shortcut that with specs because my distributor said, this is who you talk to. I'm like, okay, when's the meeting? And he said, 2:00 on Tuesday. I'm like, fine, I'm there. And then 2:00 on Tuesday, I had a doctor's appointment for my real job. So I was there at Specs at 2:00 on Tuesday with my distributor to meet with the guy at Specs I needed to talk to. And if there's another store here in town called Zips, I think there's one up there near you. Their decisions are made at their corporate office, and I don't know anybody in the corporate office, and my distributor doesn't know anybody in the corporate office. So I'm working my way up through the stores from the store manager, the general manager, up to, I've left probably 100 messages at their corporate office over the last year. But at some point, I'll find out who the guy I need to talk to is, and I'll talk to that guy.
More restraining orders.
Yeah.
But on the plus side, when the restraining
order than not try.
I'm saying on the plus side, when the restraining order comes out, there will be a complainant's name on it, and then you'll have a name.
I'll know who to talk to, or at least I'll know who to tell somebody to talk to. Absolutely. You can look up an address and send a letter. The letters aren't covered in restraining orders, are they? Like that's just
only
like
if it's a no. Only if it's a no contact order. So don't beat them up first.
I can't come within 100 meters, or yards or whatever they say. But I can drop a letter in the mail. Can't stop me from sending a letter, or can't stop someone else from sending a letter on my behalf. Aha, loophole.
Yeah, that's not.
I'll send all your letters. Don't worry.
I'm sure I can get myself an Alan Weisselman to do stuff for me.
I type really bad and I don't spell so good, but I know some people.
I mean, you don't have to type really well. You just have to like cut letters out of magazines.
Don't do that.
Paste them to copy paper. That's all you need to do.
All right, y'all. I have to go to an office tomorrow.
Yeah, Lisa's going to bed.
That
means I'm unchaperoned for the night, so I should probably go to bed as well.
Y'all go get some sleep. It was great talking to y'all. I'm guessing it's gonna be the same channel when your other stuff comes online, right?
Oh yeah, we're just gonna be offline. Well, we're not gonna be offline. We will not be doing our core. We're gonna be starting Monday. We're gonna be quiet for a couple of weeks. No game nights, no quarantine happy hours, no nothing. Thursday we'll have the rebroadcast of episode 100, and then probably a week or so after that. I mean, I may post up some video from the distillery, but we're going to be quiet mostly for the month of July, and then come August, you'll start seeing some more activity.
All right, cool.
I don't want to lose the momentum that I've got. We've had a couple of really great shows, but at the same time, I got to go do some stuff. So we're retooling. We'll figure something out.
Well, you be safe on your trip, and you be safe in Houston traffic.
Thank you.
And I'll catch y'all when you all come back.
All right, night, Eric.
Hey.
Brother.
All right. Let's see here. Lisa, it's been a pleasure.
Yeah.
You stuck it out through the long haul. Bravo.
Would have been here earlier if you told me.
Oh no. Like the whole reason, I mean, it wasn't intentional. It was just like in the kind of the last minute, I'm like, I should probably start 5 or 10 minutes early. And then it was like 20 minutes because I didn't have anything else to do. I was bored. like the TV show I wanted to watch was 45 minutes long and I had 30 minutes. And I'm like, I can't watch that TV show. So, I kicked off my shoes, took off my socks, changed my shirt, sat down, turned on the lights. I'm like, okay, well, I'm ready to start the show. I guess I'll start the show.
Okay.
So that's what it was. Let's see here. My closing music that I'm looking for. We'll do that one. But I got to have the fucking ad go through first. I've got copyright warnings all over this thing. We'll do the noise ads. And for the last time, good night. Be awesome. Drink humble.